What's up, Clamp Jaw? How you doing, bud? Come on up.
How's it going?
How you doing, fam?
Not too bad. Can't complain.
Fair enough. Fair enough. What's this Thursday got in store for you? Wait, is it Thursday or is it Friday? It's Friday.
It is. Yeah, it's Friday.
So what's this Friday got in store for you, bud?
Not a damn thing.
Oh shit, lucky.
Cleaning the house a little bit and then resting the rest of the day.
Oh, fantastic. As my new routine has become, I have to take care of my dog. Kick it down. Kick it down. Kick it down, bud. Down. He developed a meningeal tumor in his skull and has been having seizures. Had to get him on a medication, which cost more money than I can afford. And then I've got to work towards getting some imaging done to see if it's something that is operable. And if it's not, then I'm going to have to take into consideration quality of life.
Yep.
It's been my best friend for 12 years.
It's rough with dogs. We have 3 of them, and 2 of them are at middle age, so you start worrying about them. I have a Papillon, which she's 8 years old there. She's 8. Then I have a Lab Pit Mix, who is 7. And then we have an unknown aged stray that adopted us as family.
Ah, that's always the best. Yeah, I've got a cat that belonged to my sister. 2 years ago, my sister got put in the county jail because her ex-boyfriend decided to unalive someone in front of her with her own weapon.
Sorry, dear.
Yeah. She spent 2 years in the county jail while they basically dangled her over a fire, just to get her to take to a plea deal because they had nothing against her other than it was her firearm.
Then
This guy was like
cats, and then we got a snake. So.
Oh yeah, you got a snake?
Yeah.
What kind of snake you got?
Yeah, my son wanted one. He's 7 years old. We have a orange popsicle pinstripe ball python.
Oh, you got a ball python? Okay, so a friend of mine has one of those. They're like the yellow spot ball pythons, but hers has like smiley faces on it, like straight up smiley faces.
Yeah, I've seen those.
That's so fucking cool. He's a big fucker now. She's had him for about 3 years. Getting to be a big snake.
Yeah, we've had ours for what, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
Oh wow. Is it still just a baby noodle?
No, he's. Go grab him, babe.
Okay.
I'll throw him on cam for a second.
Sweet.
I will cam shame the noodle.
Yes, please.
He's starting to shed, so he's starting to be, oh God, gotta lay in my water bowl and soak up all the water I can.
Fuck yeah. Love me a good snake.
Oh yeah, people really don't realize how good of pets those and rats really are.
Oh yeah. Dude, rats are so loving.
My mom really hates snakes. I just want to tell you that.
Well, don't show her.
Unless you don't like your mom, then show her all you want.
You know what? I will. Nah, just kidding.
Heard you. Come here, Toothless.
Alright.
His name is
Yeah.
Toothless.
Sherry's
I don't
crocheting
know.
cats? That is beautiful.
I don't know if you've got.
What's up,
Oh
everybody?
shit! Hold on. Got something going on in
Feel
the
free
background.
if you want to
Apparently,
come in and discuss the topic at hand.
the hell.
This is
Shut
not
the
a
hell
debate
up.
space.
For a second, I thought Snake was three.
Oh god, it's beautiful. Oh, that's still a baby. You're still just a little noodle. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at you.
Yeah, look at those markings.
Imagine you're what the Christians are so scared of.
Well,
yeah.
to be honest, there is some churches that would put up snakes and see if you can get bitten.
Yeah, but those are also the ones that speak in tongues.
Yeah.
Little do the Christians know tongues is actually parcel tongue.
Yeah. And they get real pissed off when we make a comparison between their book and fucking the Harry Potter series.
Whatsoever.
It's not exactly the same.
I mean, close enough.
My
You
bad.
got Harvey Pothead and some moldy work dude and Aliza, how's it going? Come on up.
Come on up.
Let me go ahead and kill my camera again. There we go.
So I don't know if you guys know this, but I signed up for a Cherokee Film Institute.
Explain.
So I saw this one when I was driving in Owasso and going to like colleges and stuff like that. I saw this one like film deal and I was like curious what it is, and I checked on the website and it's like for indigenous and tribal people to get the film working in the film industry, and I thought that was cool. I'm tribal and I want to do that.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, well, it could have been like just a production. And then there's like this cool school, and I'm like, wow, because I kind of want to be a filmmaker when I get older.
Well, you
Fuck
know,
yeah.
Sherman Alexie passing away, we can always use more Sherman Alexies.
That's good too.
We could also use like an entire slew of new fucking filmmakers that aren't creeps.
Right.
I know, right? It just you just see, like, I don't want to sound right wing, but they do got one thing right. Hollywood is full of creeps.
I mean, yes. But anywhere where there's a power dynamic is going to be full of creeps.
It is like
Something about an imbalanced power dynamic really speaks to creepy people.
It's like Mr. Weinstein over there, like, no. Like, yeah, it's just.
And you know, it's really kind of sad when you think about it, because a lot of our childhood was touched by that man.
It was, well, it's like Spy Kids, although looking back, it's not that very good of a film, but he definitely had his little gripper hands on it, you know?
You know,
I really don't want to think about where Harvey Weinstein's hands have been.
Yeah, no, I agree. I don't
Not to point that out, but I don't think that's a healthy place to be thinking.
Well, I mean, where he's at now, it's pretty much Jeff Dunham. Come here, boy. Let's make your puppy daddy dog.
Fucking Jeff Dunham. Oh my gosh. But yeah, so Hollywood, like, there's also this non like Hollywood films, like there's foreign films, there's like independent companies, you know. Although I think A24 is becoming like a little bit more of a big company now.
A24 is not too bad.
Yeah, it's kind of a good company, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Sometimes they do have to make deals with big companies, you know, to get the finances. like the new film. I don't know if you've seen it. It's called Warframe.
I have not
Say
seen
that.
Warframe.
What?
I have not seen Warframe.
Yeah. Basically, for it's great that they did go to like the U.S. You know how when you're making a war film, you have, especially on a bigger budget, you have to sometimes to get finances and equipment. You have to go to the U.S. Army type deal and everything, and then they have to check, see if your film is capable of portraying the U.S. Army that well. It's a whole type of, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And most of those was like Michael Bay's 24 Hours. There's Lone Survivor, and then there's of course American Sniper. You know, that are and Top Gun that are funded by the U.S. Army, and so they can get the equipment and not trade them as well. So Warframe, I'm glad they didn't do that, but at the same time, it, when people say when people say it's an anti-war film, it's not. It's yeah, it is dark. Yeah, it is horrifying, but it betrays them as like a necessary cause, you know? Uh, where like the American Imperial Army is necessary to attack the small group of people in Iraq. Don't worry, they're good guys because they help out these poor Muslim family. How they helped them out, I don't know. But yeah, and it's supposed to be like dark and secret, but it's actually not really that. It's kind of like a war movie disguised as an anti-war film, if you know what I'm saying.
All right.
I can remember when Bloomhouse, you would see it come across the screen. You're like, oh God, not one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Back when what was that, the horror movie series? They were putting out the 7 horror movies a year,
You mean
and they
Blumhouse?
just got, yeah, and they just got
Hey,
better
Candy.
and better and better.
Yep.
Same with Court. Court has become pretty good.
Yeah. That one's yes.
So I mean, with all these creeps in Hollywood, they're starting to open up for smaller film houses to actually grow and reach their potential.
Although I did not like Mithrigan 2. That one kind of sucked. I'm not gonna lie.
Which one?
The second Mithrigan.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it was kind of like the jokes were not that funny, and it was kind of like pandering, and yeah, did it do well in the box office?
What I'm waiting for is Terrifier 3.
Oh,
You haven't
you mean
seen it yet?
Terrifier 4?
What's that, Sludge?
You haven't seen Terrifier 3 yet?
No, because I'm waiting for. They say the first 10 minutes of the movie is teaching Art's backstory.
Oh yeah, you mean Terrifier 4?
Oh yeah, 4. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I had a couple of movie ideas in mind. I don't know if
Okay.
you know this, but I'm a good I, I have a guilty pleasure. I'm not a masculine man or nothing like that, but I cannot lie. I do like machismo action cinema. It's just so goofy and entertaining. I just like it, you know. And I kind of and I don't know if you know about the what's it called with where all the native women get kidnapped and sold into sex trafficking.
Let's try to use TikTok appropriate words, but
Oh, I mean,
And
uh,
let's not get into that.
Okay, well, that side. So I was thinking about making like a I don't know if you've seen the movie Catch the Fair one.
No.
It's pretty good. You should check it out. It's all about that. Uh, and I was inspired, and I was like, what happens if we take this into like a more action movie route? You know, where we get like a just like a native, you know, because there's not a lot of Native American action stars, or at least that ones that I know of. Because there's like Billy Jack, and all the, and then there's like Thunder, and then there's like uh, Indian Joe. I think that's the movie with like but all these are played by white actors like Burt Reynolds and all of them.
Well, you've got actors. You've got actors like Wes Studi.
What's up,
Yeah,
Conduit?
and so
Get
I
up
was just
here.
like, how about we just have? And I was thinking about making a movie where you have indigenous representation
Hey, hey,
and
homie, how you been?
I've been good, man. It's been a ride, but I'm good.
You know what's going on your end?
Well, got evicted on my birthday last
Oh
month,
shit!
and so we had to move 20 years worth of shit in 3 days. And then we managed to move 20 years worth of shit twice in 10 days
Damn.
and managed to find us a place to live with some good folks that have lots of animals, so it's fun. But
Okay.
yeah,
Well, damn.
had to do the survival thing for a while.
Okay.
Make sure my family's not on the street, you know.
Are you safe now?
Oh yeah, no, I'm in a good spot now. I
Okay,
got a
good.
hold of some of my old friends. They own 2 houses. We're gonna help them finish the second one, so then we can move into the first one, and then his family will move into the second one that's bigger. So
Oh, damn.
that's
yeah,
Sounds like it's
in
been
the
a rough
meantime,
time.
yeah.
yeah, we got our like we have tents in the yard to store our stuff, and we're sleeping on couches because it's starting to get cold out. But
Damn.
yeah, but
Oh yeah, you're in
yeah,
Alaska. I forgot. It does get colder sooner.
Oh, that's
yeah,
way
it's
worse.
yeah, it's dipping down to like 55 at night already, and I'd be fine with it, but I have a kid, so we're sleeping on the couch. And I
Yeah.
got a
Well,
pet pigeon I can harass.
I hope you get out of that situation now.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. And it's not too bad. It's already on the up and up.
All right, well, there you go.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll get to learn a bunch of new skills. I'll be able to learn carpentry skills, and also these guys like they do all kinds of mechanic stuff, and they also build like RC cars and drones and shit. So it'll be
Yeah,
cool,
that's actually cool. That actually is a pretty great positive.
right? Yeah, and it's a better side of the town than our last house was on. There's more to do out here. The people are nicer. Yeah, it's ultimately a positive change. It's just one of those things. Like, I'm a bit of an astrology nerd, not like super hard, but like 27 to 30, Saturn return, your life gets flipped over. Everybody at 28 loses their shit.
Listen,
And I think, because my 28th birthday is when I lost the house, so I think I'm off to a pretty okay start.
you know,
Yeah.
I have so many Australian, not Australian, astrology nerds in my family and my friends. Like I have this coworker named Joe. He's into not very
Astrology.
much astrology. Yes, I keep butchering that name. My aunt Deanna, she's into uh,
You can just say Astro.
astro. You know,
Hmm.
she likes to collect tarot cards and everything. Although she's kind of like one of those like Christ witches
Oh,
type
thanks,
deals,
Klinko.
you know,
Oh, yeah.
and stuff like that. But she's probably the only, I guess, liberal in our family. Uh, Second to my grandmother. But yeah, she's like the closest you.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
do y'all feel up to debating some Christians today?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm down.
I wish my mom was here. I could debate her all day.
Well, Sludge, kind of funny you brought me up. I'm actually.
Hey, dog. Stop.
What's that, Clamp?
I have fun.
I was saying it's kind of funny you brought me up if you want to do that because I'm actually I was previously a pastor at one point.
Nice.
Spent 7 years of my life doing it.
Yeah.
Misguiding God's poor, unfortunate souls.
Mm-hmm. What got you out of it?
Just waking up one day and realizing, as a Native American individual, that I was teaching people how to be sheep instead of being shepherds.
Yeah.
Well,
And what brought you to that awareness? Like what woke you up one day?
Don't
Was
know,
there like a
just
pivotal
woke up-
moment or?
No, it was just I woke up one day and I was like, why the hell am I doing this? I know the truth behind this, but I'm feeding lies to people to get in their pocketbooks and to learn, and to get into their drop asides, so to speak. And I was just kind of like, why do this? Why harm the humanity as a whole than to help them grow? Or why harm them in the name of growth when I can actually teach them to grow? There we go. That's a better way of saying it.
Yeah. Yeah. I've always found it strange when, like, specifically when indigenous peoples like become pastors of the Christian faith and stuff, because it's like, first and foremost, like I understand like why it can happen because of the severe abuses that happened at the hands of the colonizer, but at the same time, like, you would think over even a short period of time, the realization that you're utilizing the tools of the colonizer against your own people. You know what I mean? And that's something that's like blown my mind for a long time, is the fact that like people who've been colonized or who have been oppressed at the hands of the Christian empire, like the fact that they can perpetuate the harm caused on them and their people.
it's so brutal in Alaska pertaining to that too.
I don't doubt it.
I'm nearby. There's a village founded by a pastor who had only brought women and children, and most of those people are related on top of related. Their family tree looks like a braid.
Oof.
Because a pastor from Canada brought a bunch of folks to an island. He brought 150 people, and that turned into 1,000 pretty quick. And
Damn.
yeah,
So it's a
and they're
so it's a
still
family bush now.
perpetuating.
It's a family bush.
Yeah, it's family bush
is.
instead of a family tree.
Yeah, no, the feds actually had to go clean it out like a month ago.
It's a family bush. Oh god.
But yeah, no, that's the effect that Christianity has on the native people, is they get so indoctrinated by people that are like drilling this shit into their heads that they commit atrocities thinking it's in the name of God that it's okay.
Well,
Yeah.
you
Well,
got
like-
Not all of it, but a lot of it.
Yeah.
They're like, if I couldn't do this, then God wouldn't let me, type shit.
Ugh.
Well, like for me, my mother is full-blooded Scottish. She grew up in the Appalachians of Kentucky. Yeah, so religion was a big thing down there, even for Appalachian practitioners of the arts, we'll say. And then my father, he is Bendonke Apache, which the Apache are one of 5 monotheistic tribes of the U.S. natives. So it was it made sense for me, and then I'm like, wait a minute, that's not what my ancestors were teaching.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the ancestral knowledge, the ancestral like teachings of the creator spirit and all of this, like, while they may have like some similar terminologies that are used, they're used that way because the colonizer very specifically is really, really good at adopting and co-opting language. Always has been.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing, language is so fluid that it falls back on itself.
Yeah.
I think another reason is cope. I think the reason some indigenous people turned to Christianity is that when the colonizer came and everything, the only source from like the colonized saying they can find purpose was in a man named like Jesus Christ, and they used that to much more like cope with like the problems what they really have, and had to like set aside their actual beliefs. It's actually kind of a sad story.
Well,
And go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead. I was just going to say that you also have to realize that some tribes actually have accounts of a white medicine man walking among their tribe ever before the colonizers got here too, and they just go, "Oh, well, that's who that was."
Yeah.
You know, it was
So, but for my reason, especially for my tribe, like Osage and Choctaw, it's mostly cope. It's mostly like they have been done with so much brutal, and since the lives has been fully westernized and colonized, the only way they can have peace is this Christian figure named Jesus Christ, and he uh he has a lot more positive than what the Western man uh says about him. But again, they most and then so they use the Bible to affect their problems and everything, especially now with kind of like I would say individual colonized cope, especially with my mom. She 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 lived with two parents who were like Christian uh drug addicts, at least, and mm, she had to and so she had to deal with a lot of pain and abuse from them. And
see, I think when it comes to that though, it's more of trading one addiction to another.
yeah.
I agree.
It's not so much coping. It's, hey, if I can focus on this, I don't have to focus on that.
It's a crutch.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like one of the key points I think with the difference between spirituality and religion is something that you can just blindly give your all to and then just have it as like your little wall in the back of your mind that you know you can lean on. Whereas spirituality is something that you have to like dig for and build like the foundation in the earth and then build. You know,
Yeah.
because when people first start getting on that path and they're first putting out that desperate plea to existence, they'll either get that like first contrived platitude that really pets them and slips them into religion, or they'll have their first little awakening into a wider awareness, which kind of pushes them towards spirituality. But in the spiritual path, at any time, anyone can get scared and be like, "Oh no, run away!" and go right to religion or even just atheism out of fear.
And it's funny because I mentioned this a minute ago. Like with my mother's family, my mother's father's mother, my great grandmother on my mother's, what was that? My maternal grandfather's side was, she was known up and down through the holler where she lived as a mountain witch. But she was in church every Sunday. She could probably outquote the Bible with the outquote the Bible for the preacher, and she would always say that the only reason that she followed the Bible was because there was power in the words, and there was safety in the name.
Yeah. Well, luckily, my grandmother and Papa got a divorce and got out of that, crack drug addiction, and started to become much more better people and a little bit more healthier. But yeah, it was just like awful time, and so she she still kind of is, and I just don't want to like break her heart and everything because I'm living with her and I'm worried that if I say something that's like a little bit more honest, she might kick me out or take away this phone or stuff like that.
In that case, you have to do what you have to do to survive. And I think that was a large part of our indigenous cultures grasping onto Christianity was, hey, if we don't do what they say, they're just going to wipe us out.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I just want to tell you something. I'm gonna my mom is desperately trying to find a place for me to do, and now I have to work as a camera operator for some sort of new age church or something like that. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm doing it for survival, not for whatever their benefit is. But I keep an open eye.
There's a fun little thing, document released in 2013 by the CIA on how to create and disseminate propaganda, and that's a perfect opportunity to promote some positive growth propaganda. I just had to put that out there.
Yeah, I might have to sneak in some ideas that they don't want me to hear.
Just whisper it, just almost imperceptibly quiet, because
Code it.
like, yeah, like your subconscious mind picks up on stuff even if you don't fully hear it, and so you could straight up just like whisper things, like even just like think outside the box, like little stuff like that.
I was thinking about one episode where there is this, I forgot where it's a church episode, and I have mine where to be worried about Christian grifters.
Oh yeah, right.
And just use Christian coded language like beware of false prophets and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Beware of the people who's selling in the temple. And like
Right.
these are like the neo temple sellers, and like
yeah.
Christian fascism. Be worried about that.
Well, in the Christ himself said, when talking about non-believers, he said, don't preach to those that don't want to hear. Dust your feet off at the door of their city and go up on your business. So even he's like, hey, not everybody's going to hear my message. Not everybody's going to want to hear my message. But for those that do, teach them. For those that don't, leave them alone.
Well, yeah, if Christians actually read the Bible, that part of the Bible, there would be not many churches left.
Yeah. Where I live, there's a church for every bar.
Yeah.
Yeah. But even then, like, Jesus just wanted people to believe in themselves.
Well,
Hey,
Yeah.
Beth,
not.
come here a second. Sorry, calling from my wife.
I
Yeah.
would say that. Of course, again, this is. I don't. Of course, again, this is probably more written people. We don't know what he actually might say and everything. But there's some lot of like let's say some continuity in the Bible. One part says this and the other part says something completely different that goes against this.
Yeah.
and and like I mean, heck, you got four people writing the same story but in different ways, and how
And
different
different times.
and different times. It's like again, so I don't know.
Yeah,
So
well,
one minute Jesus could say something, and the next minute he is on that same place and saying something completely different. You know.
yeah. Well, for me, like, I'm a pagan. I was raised Catholic, but I just like it didn't feel right with me, and so I never really like. I'd worked with like the angels and stuff when I was younger, and I was getting into spirituality and magic, but um, yeah, and it's just so from my studies because I've done just a lot of like rounded studies, not super defined, but yeah, 'cause I think Jesus was a dude named Yeshua Nanzati, and he traveled around and he was just working on embracing his own full capabilities, and he was trying to explain to other people how to embrace their own capabilities if
Mm-hmm.
they were to just see and let go of any of their other notions other than the fact that they are the light of God. You know, like if you're to just change the O to a U and it's the light of God. You're like the divine source of creation. And
That's
that's what I think he was going around teaching, you know?
Well, and that's one thing I say is, Christ never taught religion,
Yeah, no, he taught self-empowerment.
salvation, self-empowerment, and salvation. How
Yeah,
to be free of the mortal coil of life.
exactly.
Not how to be good God little
Yeah, not
ducklings.
how to prostrate and worship something that has no, like, you know what I mean? Because yeah, I've gotten to the point where I think the word God itself is just a label to separate one from divinity because God was another name for Yahweh.
yeah.
So
And
it's
there's
just a label to separate because when you know a deity's name, it gives you a form of power over it.
also there's a theory that Yahweh, whatever the God in the Bible, was actually a Judaism was actually originally a polytheistic religion. Then
It
later
was.
on, what?
Yes. Yahweh had a wife named Ashura.
Yep.
They're Canaanite gods who were adaptations from Sumer and Babylonian gods.
Yeah. So, and
Yeah.
then later on the road, what's that religion called? Zoroastrianism or whatever it's called.
Zoroastrianism.
Yeah, that one. The Jew is kind of like adapted from that, and it also
Yeah.
adapted from a little bit of Egypt, and so now they have the monotheistic that we have nowadays. You know,
Yeah.
to me,
Well,
it sounds
you know,
like. Go ahead.
if you look at rabbinical and Levitical law, there are in the Pentateuch and the Torah, there are 9 different names of God. There is Yod, which means God the Creator. Yehoseph, which means God the Lover. There's God, getting there, Matrix.
Right.
But the current God of the Bible was a stolen Canaanite god of war that was turned into this god of creation. So when the Bible was speaking, and this is my thought, and like I said, being
Welcome
an
in
ex-pastor,
1984.
I've been able to study this a little. Sorry about. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying thanks. No, I don't want to cut you off, man.
As I was saying, when they said, let us create man in our image, that was the 9 names of God, the quote 9 names of God, or what many religions today have adopted as the Godhead. So that's just my thought on it. I could be wrong. I could be right.
I just
But indefinitely the current God that is all loving, but don't you dare go where I didn't tell you to for fire. I'm going to strike you dead, unalived.
A little
Um,
toxic.
what's that?
Oh, I said like that whole thing is toxic. That was one of those things like when I was a child, I was like, I don't think if this is legit, he'd actually punish me like that. Like,
Exactly. You know, that shows his God of War side.
yeah,
His Because how can something so grandiose be a lover of his creation?
right.
I
Only when
just
it pleases him, just like a narcissistic parent.
Exactly.
I just
Yeah,
assume that it's just like a mixture of all the polytheistic Jewish gods mixed into one singular monotheistic god and spread his mm, and spread his word, and that's how. And then when Israel and Judea came together, that's when both of the laws and resources start to form and morph into another until we get the modern current day mo-
Well,
Abrahamic monotheistic God.
that's when the Bible speaks of the stick of Ephraim and the stick of Manasseh. That's two different religions combining to make one, and to
Yes,
make the whole, again, finger quotes, air quotes, the whole of the law.
yes, and going back for like the New Testament bill, some of that could have been the way it's written, especially in the English and King James, and even like Greek versions. It's very much written in a much more Greco-Roman sentiment. You know, there's a lot of like Roman favoring and lots
Well,
of
I mean, you have to think that the Roman language and Greek language was what everything in that area was built on, and both Roman and Greek had two forms of their own language. They had a common speak, and then they had, their educated speak. They had, like in Latin, you might say "Salve magistra sludge," which would be "Hello, teacher sludge." And then, the common person would just, instead of salve, it would be salve.
yeah.
And it would just be basically, I'd say, salve, hey, what's up?
So hold on, I'm seeing 1984. You're saying that the letter J is 526 years old.
Yeah, it was made in. Hey, everyone, hope you're well. It was made in Italy about 526 years ago. It may have been 525. So when we use terms like Jesus, Jehovah, Jerusalem, Joshua, we're misquoting because ancient Aramaic, ancient Hebrew, Kemetic languages, the languages of Nubia and Kush, the languages of Indus Valley, etc., Akkadian. None of them had that letter nor sound, actually. And
Really?
so we are taking pagan, polytheistic, Canaanite religion along with Kemetic religion, mixing in a bit of the Indus Valley religion and creating something new. Why? Because the man, the concepts, has to choose a new group to be the chosen people. Notice how many
It's
times it's a new chosen people. Oh, you getting a new you're the new covenant. Me? Really? Not my grandson? No, I'm coming up with him later when he's born. So yeah, it's odd.
that's it. That's exactly what I was trying to say. The Bible and a lot of Christian teachings are like a mix, like a giant stew pot, of different historical and religious beliefs mixed into one to, for whatever reason, to favor in that time period. Next
I
minute,
honestly, I think it was a orchestrated spell as a means of control.
exactly. Like the whole New Testament is definitely Roman
Yeah,
control and
that's
everything.
and that's why, like we were saying earlier, like the old witches in Appalachia, and it's even everywhere. The biggest witches you're ever gonna meet are the ones sitting in the front pews, because those books are literally spell books.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's just I don't like paying someone $20 to do something I could do for five, but
Why
you
do you
know,
why do you why do you why do you think, quote, God in the temple told Solomon, hey, Let's not, be in the company of soothsayers, of witches, of this, of that, because it gave the church too much competition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And remember, I'm sorry for interjecting, but you know when you see a dove, that in religious Christian context, there are two reasons. One is it's supposed to represent peace. The other is poor people couldn't afford the bull. So what the
Mhm.
poor would do when they came to the temple would, you and I, well, some of you have billions, of course, but I would bring a dove. Why? Because I'm just broke old me. You bring a
Right.
bull because you have more money. Well, it's classism. So I can't
Mhm.
afford the seats to see Rihanna in the front, but I'm in the back bleed nose seats. What kind of God is that? This is
Yeah.
sounds like a pay to play to me.
Yeah, I
Exactly. And
think
then, when that's when, again, riding off of that is the whole tithing theory. The lady with the widow's mite, she brought all that she could. And it wasn't so much as that was enough. It was, hey, that's how we get to the poor people.
Hey,
right.
Sledge, what do you think about all of this?
Be more specific.
What do you think about what we're talking about with like the language and like uh the doves and everything?
I believe that language evolves over time as it should through each generation. And I believe that the entirety of monotheistic religion is just bastardizations of things that have come over time.
Would you say you're an atheist, Sludge?
No,
Oh, okay.
no, I'm not an atheist, but I'm not a Christian. I'm not a monotheist. I'm not even really a polytheist. Shit, I'm
Yeah.
not even a I'm not even a theist.
I was waiting for that.
And, I would
Hey,
be
I'm not
one.
even a believer.
I would be one to say, if I didn't have developed thoughts and developed belief on religion, I would be a Baha'i. Baha'i simply believe that, whatever you call God is God.
Ah,
Yeah,
There
I,
is,
I I believe that each person is correct in their belief of their deity.
and that's
Now,
that's the Baha'i teaching.
yeah. Now, whether or not that's a good thing, it's not for me to say. I will say that here in the real world, where we all live and all have to interact with each other, that the majority of monotheistic belief structures out there, and a majority of the people who follow those monotheistic belief structures, are terrible for this plane of existence.
Right.
I
Cancerous.
Yeah, the most destructive force on this planet is monotheistic belief.
yeah, I'm an animist.
Yeah,
Thank
No, I'm kind of a little bit of agnostic, if you would say.
well, agnostic is just the belief that something exists, you're just not sure what it is.
Yeah. So
I'm entirely
Believe I
certain.
would.
I'm entirely certain of what exists out there, and it is whatever you think it is. You're correct. Absolutely. The reality is formed for each individual by their observation. And if your
and what?
reality states that this is a thing and this isn't a thing, then yeah, you're absolutely fucking correct. Now, reality can change based off
Mhm.
of shifts in your observation.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm agnostic, because it could shift any point, you know.
Yeah.
That's why I like the animism thing, and because I've been trying to consciously change my perception of reality and my beliefs, and just trying to incorporate more magic, so then I don't have to try to get on antidepressants. and yeah, I don't know.
In reality,
I don't know if
shifting
you've seen the
sounds
movie
like
Requiem for a
experiment.
Dream.
I think I have.
There's this great message in the movie where biggest drug dealers isn't the creepy guy in the hood giving you drugs. Is actually your uh, very drug doctors. You know who
Hey
are
buddy,
probably
hey buddy. We can't say the actual word. We gotta say something like shrugs or rugs or something. We can't say
okay.
that
Shrug
word.
dealers, shrug dealers. Don't want to get you banned. Sludge. The actual sludge doctors are. I mean, sludge dealers are actually
Yes, sludge
um.
dealers.
And he's accurate though.
I love that.
Are the doctors that are pushing these antidepressants and everything? Because if you don't know, most of the illegal stuff are in the legal system. They just rebrand it as something else or just some sort of placebo.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that is true. But yeah, no, it's for me. It's just the pattern of my life, and I exist out of spite.
Orotate. What is lithium orotate?
For me, I say heaven doesn't want me, and hell's afraid I'll take over.
That fucker's just down there keeping my seat warm.
Exactly.
Hell don't want me, and heaven ain't ready.
Speaking of which, that's another thing. There's debates of like what hell really is, you know, and
It's a manufactured
if-
concept that was stolen from I want to say 18 different religions.
Yeah.
yes. Also, in the Bible, there's no even if it is, it's not what many. It's not the fire and brimstone as it is, you know. At least what version the Bible is, but like in the original like connotations, hell is very different. In fact, hell is the name of a place in like I think it's I don't know what town it is, but like this one, it's like this one area in Israel and everything, and that's kind of where the basis of it is, and that's basically Jesus saying that's where
And the North
What?
pagan hell too.
No. The Christian original Christian ideology of hell was, and Paul's the one that laid that out. It's likened into three kingdoms: the celestial, the telestial, and the terrestrial. And it's it's basically how far away are you going to be from the Christian God's guiding, loving light? Are you going to be on the celestial, which is the side where God is? He's always there. You're always walking within the light of God. Then you have the terrestrial, which is likened into Earth. You get a little bit of it, but not so much. And then the telestial, which is cold and devoid of any godly light whatsoever, Christian godly light whatsoever. And now modern day Christians stole the idea of the lake of fire being hell through the Hindu, through the Viking, or the Astaru, and several other different beliefs, through Tartarus, through the Elysian Fields. I mean, there's so many that they just said, "Hey, this sounds good. We're going to put it here."
Also, Dante's Inferno was like a big part of influencing the modern hell that we know and got, you know.
And it's like the modern apocrypha is ripped right out of John Milton's Paradise Lost.
Exactly.
The fall of the host of heaven.
Hey, Clamp,
Exactly.
what's the third one? You said celestial, terrestrial, and I know it's trouble.
Terrestrial and telestial. Hold on, give me a second.
Telestial?
Yep, give me a second. I'll teacup it and I'll find it right out of the Bible for you. Give me just 1 second.
Okay, that's
But-
very interesting.
But there is a place where they did get in Israel, like the spot that they did got the idea from hell from, at least According again, you're way know of the subject,
M-
but you'll it
My
down.
favorite version of hell is the Norse version of hell, which is just
Yeah.
an endless void of boredom.
That probably
You
sounds like the worst of the hell.
I like
you
that
get
one
to be
too.
bored forever.
And also, everybody goes through it. Actually, hell
Yep.
is a transitory phase. It's more like purgatory. And
Mm-hmm.
then, like the ones that go to Freya's hall go there, or if they go to Odin's hall, they go there, or they'll just stay there until they're ready to be born again.
First Corinthians 15, 40 through 42, 1984.
1 Corinthians 15, 40 through 42.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
No
And
worries.
what's the Norse place where the warriors go as an interim? There's a Norse place where if you're a warrior soldier, you go there
That's
for a
Hell's
while.
That's Valhalla.
Okay.
No, Valhalla.
Okay, that-
Valhalla is the halls of Odin.
Yeah, Valhalla is where Odin chooses his fallen warriors after. But
God damn.
Valhalla is only for those who die in battle or in between a woman's legs. And then Freya, she chooses warriors, but also people who like die of old age and that kind of thing. Where Valhalla is more of like just constant fighting and glory in battle. Freya's hall is more of like feasting and camaraderie. And
Okay.
then there's no real negative connotation unless you're being directly punished by one of the gods personally. And yeah, but other than that, you basically just get put in purgatory timeout for X amount of time until you're ready to go back through the tree. Right?
And I don't know if we have any Astari people here, but I've tried to explain this to my brother. Everybody is like, "Oh, Thor this, Thor that." Thor was a very nasty god.
He was.
Thor, if you read
Alright.
his story, if you read his stories and stuff, he murdered just because, or he schmurdered, excuse me, just because you might have said, "Oh, you have a fur out of line on your jacket," and it would have threw him into a rage.
Well, I mean, to be fair, a lot of people really likes this. I mean, we even have it in the Bible of like Samson. Like he was a very piece of work as well.
Well, Samson unlived what was it, 144 people with a jawbone of an axe or of an ass.
Mm-hmm. So like dark and edgy heroes has been
Very much so at 1984.
like dark and edgy heroes has been very much around since our mythology. Like for speaking of another war god, Ares, is that his name?
Ares or Mars, yeah.
Yeah, Mars.
Yep. The older gods of war.
Yeah, look at what Athena done to Medusa.
Yeah, so they are very much aggressive, but there are people that worship them, just for their aggressiveness and for.
That's why I like Kali.
Well, yes, but my point in saying that is you can't paint an apple to become an orange. You can't make an apple a cherry.
Well, most of the gods were created to represent forces of nature and archetypes of man. And with that, they all have traits of man to which they would be deemed fallen, as much as they have traits of man that would be deemed holy.
And it's not
know.
just gods; it's also like religious and historical figures that kind of represents that as well.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, even,
go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say is like even with Odin, like he was a trickster, a liar, a thief. He was extremely greedy and He is extremely greedy and self-serving. He sacrificed himself to himself for knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
And did you know he also, in one of the Viking stories, I can't exactly remember which one, but he foretold his replacement, of his religion to Christianity.
Yeah, he did. Because humans are stuck in a 10,000 year cycle and it just keeps looping over and over again.
And I mean, you want to talk nasty gods and goddesses? Look at Baba Yaga.
I like her.
And
I'm also female empowerment, so.
look at the Scottish, the Morrigan.
Right.
The Scottish version of the Morrigan is very. Ooh.
Yeah, she's brutal. It's like the Greco or Hellenistic Hecate, and then there's Inanna in Sumer, and Tiamat, and then Kali in the Hindu religions, along with her sister Durga. They're goddesses of destruction and
And
creation.
don't forget the origins of the Christian god, anyways, which stemmed from Marduk and
His
Moloch.
wife Ashura, goddess of death and pain and childbirth.
Sorry, I was talking to my mother. We were watching Wednesday.
Nice.
And don't forget the origins of the Christian god, anyways, which started from the Sumerian and Babylonian gods Marduk and Moloch.
Yep.
I just want to say. I just want to say one thing. Why do human beings like violence and like fighting?
That's how we survive.
No.
We were not the biggest animals, and in order to survive, we had to become fierce to survive those other animals. And then we became social through admiring each other's strengths and then learning to work together through that to utilize it. And so those who were the strongest could glory in battle, fought for dominance, and got the biggest game, made tribe happy, unga bunga. And it just, we haven't evolved past it. I mean, it's literally why men still have beards, is to cushion the face from impact.
What about you, Sludge? What's your answer?
Sorry.
To the question of why do humans like violence?
And fighting.
I don't think that humans on a whole actually do. I think a very specific subsect of humanity that stems from a very specific place on Earth likes violence. And we can kind of trace that history through the entire history of colonization. And what?
Yeah, humans and empires.
Oh, yeah.
Humans as a group don't like violence. Most of us here aren't celebrating violence. Our psychopaths who tend to run the religions and political systems do, but the peaceful people, of course, aren't going to be in charge because they're not willing to unalive 2,000 people to take their land. So we follow the leaders who take us into violence, and some of us, unfortunately, end up as the victims. But scientists don't say humans are violent by nature. They say we are actually social. But some of us are born or become sociopathic or psychopathic and become preachers.
Antisocial.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's antisocial behavior.
Okay, well, what about like in entertainment with like boxing and like wrestling and like MMA and like action?
Again, these are tools of empire. For example, let me take you all the way to the Colosseum. You keep the masses entertained with cheap entertainment, which violence is cheap, and cheap food, like bread. The terms bread and circus stems from the Colosseums. If you keep the people satiated on bread and circus, they will not revolt.
Yes, and I do martial arts. I've spoken to grandmasters. I have one that I just met with. Most martial artists that are actually in it for a long time are not violent. Who are violent sometimes are new people that thought martial arts was about violence. So they come in, but when you meet real people that are grandmasters, masters, or just 10, 20 years in, different styles, they're the most peaceful people. We're the ones that actually are least likely to fight. Who is very likely to fight? People that can't fight. And what do they do? Pull out a weapon and bam, bam, it's over.
I mean, yeah, I firmly believe that is that in order to be peaceful, one must be capable of great violence.
Agreed.
Or great aggression.
I think that's
When I
what
do patterns, I'm not thinking of violence. I'm thinking of peace. I'm thinking of blocks. I'm thinking
Mm-hmm.
of parries. I'm thinking of my family and defending them, right? So I'm not
Mm-hmm.
really violent. I have experienced it from other people. So I decided, okay, you know what? Maybe I have to learn some of this in order to survive. But no, we're not really violent people.
Yeah.
Eh, it's
Yep.
better to be a warrior in the garden than a gardener at war.
Yep.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Going back to violence and entertainment, what about like horror movies like Terrifier and all of them?
Again, it stems from the the circus. If people are afraid of what goes bump in the night, they are going to focus on that fear. All of entertainment that we have is meant to harvest your currency. Your currency is your time and your attention. The antithesis of love is fear. And if you keep people focused on fear, they're less likely to have the time to act out of love. And when humans act out of love, great, amazing things can happen. But if you keep people focused on fear, those great and amazing things, which generally benefit humanity as a whole, don't happen.
Okay. All right. Horror movies are also way exploited social themes through
Through metaphor,
metaphor.
yeah. Correct.
I
And
agree with
there are
that.
ways for us to travel without having to physically go somewhere. So a movie or a song will release hormones from our endocrine system, testosterone, serotonin, etc. And we're actually in our mind traveling without traveling. Unfortunately, what Hollywood and other institutions have done is created tools, movies or songs that don't spread love and truth and unity. They spread fear and hate and animosity. And I think that, along with some religions and politics, are a volatile mix, because I know somebody that got into the street life and became a violent person because of Scarface, the movie. His father, well, anyway, his father had a good job, what we call a good job. Mother was stay at home. Why did you become a THUG? Oh, I saw Scarface. I'm like, what do you mean? And I've heard similar patterns from another guy who was in the Bloods and still had, well, supposedly, purportedly, he loved the movie theme. Yeah, I met his mom, just an adorable older lady. Yeah, so we have to be very careful what we put out in young minds, because these were all young people when they turned to the lifestyle of aggression, which they have seen in capitalism. So I guess they're just emulating capitalism and Western democracy.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was a little girl, I watched a bunch of mafia movies with my mom and stuff, and I wanted to be like a mob mother. And then, on accident, when I was a teenager, where I thought I was just having fun with my friends, I was like getting in trouble at school for GANG related activity, and I was like, I don't even understand why, But then, like, I read the Watchmen graphic novel, and then Rorschach inspired me to start painting my face, and so like paint my face up like a scary monster and run around at night. And I was doing like not bad stuff. I was like splitting up fights and like saving women at bars and shit. But it's yeah, the media that we consume when we're in our developmental stages largely affects our perception of life throughout the rest of our life. Even the music that our parents listened to when we were kids
It,
narrates our lives.
it's very ironic you got your influence from Rorschach from Watchmen, which was a critique of vigilante violence
I know.
in comics.
Yeah.
I can't remember the quote or who wrote the quote, but if you look at my profile, there's a quote that I absolutely love. It says, "To be the beast means to never feeling the pain of being a man."
Yeah, that's true. But then also to free oneself of being a man and to become the beast is the ultimate freedom. But that's coming. Like I like that one. I spent a lot of time outside, so.
Yeah. Well, speaking of which, what do you think about Alan Moore?
Alan Moore. I don't know. That sounds familiar, but I can't
He's
remember.
the
any
guy who
specific-
wrote the Watchmen comic and V for Vendetta.
Oh, I like his stuff. I like his
Yeah.
stuff a lot.
Believe it or
because I
not,
think-
he's a pagan anarchist in real life.
Hell yeah. No, I have nothing like the anarchy thing. I get it, but ultimately non-functional because humans are silly and too many of us grow up with very little emotional maturity or forethought or self-awareness. But anyway, other than that, like, hell yeah, because I don't know.
V for Vendetta was written.
That was one of my
off the
childhood
idea-
favorite movies. I
off
watched that
of the-
religiously when I was a kid.
It was written off the Guy Fawkes story.
Yeah.
And Guy Fawkes,
Which is
actually
inherently
trying-
problematic.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
Alan Moore has to find some revolutionary.
No staplers for babies. Stop.
Has to find someone to kind of represent his character, you know?
So 1984, you said you studied martial arts. What style?
Goju-Ryu, Four Winds, Kung Fu, and for a while Judo and Jiu-Jitsu. And I found Judo to be the most helpful of all, even though I only did it for about a year. I still implement some of it. It's a beautiful art form.
Yeah.
Before I was disabled, I studied seven flower mantis boxing and drunken kung fu.
Oh man, you went very eclectic.
Yeah, well, if you look, there's some taken from mantis and monkey through drunken style. The hand grips, the hand tie ups.
Yeah.
So not too much, but I wanted to be the 6'3", 380-pound guy that confused the hell out of you when I had to fight.
Monkey is beautiful, by the way. Monkey style.
Monkey is very beautiful, but very, very difficult.
Oh yeah, I fought a guy once that did monkey style, and he got in a crouch, and I thought, what in the world? Next thing I knew, bam, right in my face, because he threw out a hand to make me blink, and then he hit me, and I had to adjust very quickly, just like capoeira. Beautiful. You don't know where they're coming from, so if you're not used to that type of, yeah.
Yeah, I got to travel around the world a lot. My dad was military, so I got to see a lot of things and go, ooh, I want to learn that.
So, Sludge, keep going back to like the Christian. There's like a lot of like Christian propaganda ads that's popping up on YouTube, like the prayer ad, and then there's like this anti-corn grift deal that's going on. What do you think about that?
Be more specific.
So there's like a lot when I watch YouTubes, there's always like these right wing like ads. Like you got like Christian right wing ad. Like you got Rumble ad. You got hi Glass. Please state your name, pronouns, and age.
Hey, Glassfloor.
Ben, Ben, he, him, 23.
Okay. What state are you in?
Well, now I live in Denmark, and I'm originally Canadian. But I have an American
fantastic.
passport. I mean, I was raised in one of those like cross-border families.
Okay.
In Michigan, like Michigan, Ontario. If you're not from the area, it's harder to imagine.
No, I understand entirely. So what took you to Denmark?
Well, my mother was Danish. So do you want me to say it? Danish mother, American Canadian father.
Okay.
So all three moved to.
So you've got
Denmark.
dual citizenship? Or
I got 3.
wait,
but
3? Damn.
some places don't allow you to have 3, but they do.
Okay. Fantastic.
So yeah, and so I was talking about, and living in Denmark, I've lived in a much more secular society compared to the States, and even compared to Canada. And so I have a more protective view of how to, oppose religion, I guess, when it comes to, protecting what we already have. But and maybe even a overturning of the world is somewhat necessary for it. If you understand that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see you're a secularist, skeptic, occasional, and a muscular liberal. I'm curious what a muscular liberal is.
Muscular liberalism is an understanding that liberalism must be defended actively. It arose as an idea in Britain when it was talking about illiberal ideas brought in by African and Middle Eastern immigrants. And Western Europeans must defend our values in the face of these onslaughts from non-Europeans.
Well, are you suggesting that Africans that suffered from transatlantic slave trade, Arab slave trade, are bringing in something that is violent?
Well, the African immigrants to Europe, who are usually not the descendants of slaves, are. And they are also bringing in religious superstition. Same thing with the Arab immigrants and the South Asian immigrants.
So where do you
they are
sit?
bringing.
Where do you sit with religion?
I'm against it.
Any form of it?
Yeah,
Okay.
all forms. I think it's backwards, superstitious, must be exterminated by any means.
Rather
How would
violent.
muscular liberalism differ from the Triple K people that have a similar ideology and Proud Boys?
Well, the KKK are religious and we're not. We want to
Oh,
defend
so the only
Western
difference
values.
Oh, so you're white supremacist, but
Well,
without religion.
we're not racist. We're not racist. We're about
No, I
defending
didn't say racist.
our
I
values.
said white supremacist.
We're not white supremacists. We're not white supremacists.
So if you're not white supremacists, why are Africans and people of color that migrate the problem?
Well, they're not the only problem, and the fact that they are not white isn't the problem. The problem is that some of them maintain their values and their culture that are not compatible with Enlightenment values, with rationality. They maintain their religious practices. They maintain their cultural practices that I don't want in Europe. I don't want honor unalivings in Europe. I don't want female genital mutilation in Europe. I don't want Islamists in Europe. I don't want faith healers in Europe. I don't want them here. And a lot of the people coming in from Africa and Asia are that.
So what I'm hearing is you're a cultural supremacist.
I'm willing to say that.
Yeah, what
Okay.
percentage of Africans that migrate to Western Europe support mutilation of female body part?
Too many of them. I'd have to look up to the data, but certainly more than the native-born Europeans. More Europeans.
Before we go too much
The only
further,
people who
hold
support-
on,
the only people
Glassblower.
who support genital mutilation in Europe are Jews and Muslims.
Okay, listen, Glassblower. I'm gonna ask you one question. It's the only question I've got for you. Do you understand that supremacy is inherently an antisocial and anti-human ideology?
I understand. Wouldn't you say you value rationality and evidence-based thinking over superstition and religious thinking?
I value human creativity and human life. So please answer the question.
And do you really think that
Please answer the question.
superstitions
You
are
didn't
as
answer your
compatible?
own
No,
question.
I reject that. I think that I can believe that that rationality is superior to superstitions.
That's not what I
So
asked
no,
you.
I disagree that it's
That's not what he asked you.
anti-social. And I said I disagree that it's
Su-
anti-social. I
su-
think that it's,
supremacy itself of any form is antisocial and anti-humanist ideology.
then I'm a muscular humanist. I think that your humanism is soft.
That's weird.
I think that your humanism would allow for Islamists and Christian
My
nationalists
humanism,
to take over your
my
country.
my humanism allows for human creativity. My
If
humanism
your
allows
humanism
for.
allows for
Excuse me,
people
I'm
for
not done talking. My humanism allows for creativity. My humanism allows for compassion. My humanism allows for human right to live how human decides to live, so long as that doesn't invade on someone else's right to live the way they want to.
And that's what they do. That's what they're doing. They're
That's
infringing themselves on our societies.
I'm
Hey,
so I'm
Glass.
I'm just gonna say one last thing. One last thing. Here in Interviewing Humanity, we value humanity above anything at all. And one thing we don't tolerate is supremacy of any form. So get the fuck out.
Yeah, what is that a person would be against certain cultural things such as mutilation, but not against colonialism, imperialism, and the conquest and spread of the same dogmatic religions that ended up in North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, etc. It's almost like, well, don't analyze the violence that we perpetrate. Let's look at the cultural differences and say we don't want those people. Well, they wouldn't
Yeah.
come if you weren't violent and impacting their regions. I don't understand it at all.
He sounds like the type of guy who reads too much Ayn Rand books.
Okay. Yeah.
Glassblower, you are spouting white supremacist rhetoric. Supremacy is anti-social and anti-humanist. And we don't tolerate supremacy on Interviewing Humanity. So I'll say it again for the last time. Get the fuck out.
Hey, Sludge,
Yeah.
do you need a mod?
Well, I've got a few.
Okay, I was going to say I'll volunteer. You know, I'm.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
European paganistic rites were some of the most brutal on the planet, dude.
Yeah. You need a
Like-
muscular mod, by the way, for the
Like, dude.
muscular liberal.
That was the
But,
weirdest fucking string
It's
of
incel
bullshit.
logic.
Also, by the way, just so everyone's aware, if you ask somebody who is spitting, I know you're down there, Morgan. If you hear somebody spitting out white supremacist fucking ideologies, and then they say, "I'm not a white supremacist," that's the number one thing a supremacist will say. I'm not a supremacist. Every single European-derived human being on this fucking planet has supremacist tendencies. Every single one. What you do with it and what you choose to do in your deconstruction of it determines whether or not you yourself are practicing white supremacy.
Yeah, that's like going. I'm not racist, but have you heard this joke?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's literally like, I don't know, like my first example coming to mind is like all the gracious black women teaching us white girls how to properly exfoliate. You know, you can't really have too much supremacy over people that don't even know how to keep their own asses clean.
Ugh.
You know?
Yeah, he's like, I'm a muscular liberal. I should have asked him if he fucking washes his butthole.
You know, I think
It's not gay to wash your butt.
I think he reads. I think he's.
Hold on,
reads
everybody.
too
Hold
much-
on. Princess Sarah, welcome in. Can I get your age, state, and pronouns, please?
What's up? This is DJ Princess Sarah, and
Hey.
I'm 35, and I'm a she/her.
Yay!
But
And
don't
what
really
state do you
care what
reside in?
call me. Check out my new band, Disdain. I'm going
Fuck
to
yeah.
use nothing but the comments in the screen in this chat.
Fucking go for it.
songs. I'm just fucking around.
No, you're good. You're good. What state do you reside in? Or country if you're not in the States.
Sorry, I was trying to get it unmuted. Get this, I'm a Texan.
Oof.
I'm a Texan that votes blue. You know,
I'm Alaska. I'm here.
I'm a
Chuck,
blue
welcome
voting
in.
Texan.
Can I get your age, state, and pronouns, please?
I am 64. I live in Oregon, and
Hey.
he, him.
Thank you very much. What's up, Oregon neighbor?
God is a vibrational frequency. Why would you have disdain for a vibrational frequency?
Because that is not the colloquial understanding of a theist deity.
Well, that's what God is. So
I
everybody else
I can appreciate that. I can
everybody who
appreciate
doesn't
that.
understand that is not really, getting to the heart of the matter.
I can appreciate that. I'm talking more about the people who think that their deity is some bearded weirdo in the sky watching people masturbate.
Okay, I got you.
Hey Chuck, are you a libertarian?
I'm a classical liberal, deist. I'm a deist.
Close enough. But yeah, as a classical liberal, you believe that everyone has the right to say and do what they want according to law?
A natural law. I don't believe man-made laws are legitimate. Only natural law.
Natural law.
Define natural law.
Could you give Jay?
Natural law are immutable laws that are in nature. They're spiritual or invisible laws that, if discovered and observed through science, can prevent self-inflicted suffering.
Are these philosophical laws as opposed to laws in the natural sciences? Because the laws of thermodynamics, etc., are very different from the laws of spirituality.
Well, they're invisible laws that are in nature. So, I think the root, if I remember correctly, the root word for natural is spiritual. The etymological root for natural is spiritual.
So if something is invisible like gravity, does it fit into your label of a natural law?
Yes, gravity is an example of natural law. Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going into
Welcome in, Raven.
spiritual.
Thank you for joining us.
Hello. I hope were you done speaking? I apologize for coming in the
No, I'm
middle
gonna
of
I'm gonna conclude. Frequencies are just vibrations during a period of time versus deities. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you, sir. Human.
Okay. You can call me she, her, or you can call me Raven. But
Okay,
well,
sorry, Raven.
no, you're fine. You're fine. How you doing, Sledge? It's good to see you. Thank you so
I'm
much
okay.
for coming in and supporting me. By
Of
the
course,
way.
of course. I was really happy to see you live. It was wonderful.
I know, right? Like my first
Yeah.
live.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Chuck, so Morgan down in the comments says that natural in Latin comes from the word birth, character, and essential qualities.
I think he ran.
Oh. Well.
I was gonna say something to him. I was just busy for a second because I was gonna explain natural law better. Because the natural law, like in his pertaining of it, the natural law of man, that's like the right to like have property, have a house, have a means of survival, you know,
Mm-hmm.
be able to travel. Those basic things without causing harm to another should not be impeded upon.
Yeah, I wonder how many white supremacists I'm going to get in here today.
Is that a white
I
supremacy
wanted
thing?
that too.
I don't know.
Yeah, that so when so this is something that I only recently learned. When someone uses terms like natural law and stuff like that, they hardly ever mean like the laws of nature. They usually mean things like you know,
Oh, tribal bullshit.
yeah, and like puberty is birthing age.
Oh, ew. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Those kind of bad neighbors.
Sarah, come on up. Yeah,
And
that's
it was in the Bible.
Yeah, no, I got a little spicy socially, so I don't understand those kind of things. You gotta explain that shit to me, dude.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I only found out about it recently due to a conversation that was had by.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also a capitalist saying natural law is.
A dog whistle, maybe.
Oh no, you didn't reach your
What?
goal. I'm sorry.
I think of natural
Oh, it's
law as
okay.
just
I've been
like
up here for like an hour and a half, and only
Oh,
recently started breaking above 10 and 20K.
okay.
Now I can't even shower. Sorry.
Reset to like. Let me see. Reset to like 50s. Like try doing that.
Hey, Sledge, I don't know if you watch any good TikTokers, but there's this good TikToker called Neo, and he's kind of like pretty interesting. I might show him.
Define good TikToker.
He's a, he's a, he's a, he's a anarcho. He's a very much left leaning populist.
Okay.
He talks more. I bet some of it you already know, but there's other information. He has a YouTube channel that talks about the actuality of the Ukraine and Russia war and everything, and it's like pretty interesting.
I was going to ask if he's kind of like, an honest attorney or an honest meteorologist.
No, he's not. He's simply a political content creator. But he does study, so.
Hi,
Yeah,
Raven.
Hello. How you doing?
Good. I've seen you pop in and out of a few lives I've been in. Never got to say hello, though.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, hi. Oh, what should I call you? Should I call you Matrix or
Neo.
1984?
No,
Oh, Neo.
Matrix is cool. Or Morpheus. Anything. But you can call me Al too.
Okay. You said
Paul Simon.
Oh, okay. You said some of the previous guests communicated dog whistles for white supremacy and xeno and racist and misogyny.
Yeah, dude, it was fucking wild.
Oh no.
Dude,
I'm so glad I didn't come in at that time.
This dude came in calling himself a muscular liberal.
Muscular liberal.
Yikes.
Yeah.
I'm good at instigating types of people. When I see someone that says secular, muscular, liberal, there's something wrong with this. So I ask them about it and everything. And my instincts was correct.
Princess Sarah. So dog whistles are what white supremacists use to call out to each other. You'll see it a lot with conversations about like immigration or cultural ethnicities or really anything that has to do with something that white supremacy would be against. And you can tell who is or isn't going to be on that spectrum of white supremacy based off of a real specific set of things that generally boil down to white supremacy.
Yep. You can tell by I can tell by oh, my apologies. You can go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh no, I thought I interrupted you. That's why I said. I was gonna say, you can tell by microaggressions because I get a lot of those every time I go into a live. Simply just by sitting there, I can get a bunch of people just requesting up just to call me the hot R. Yeah. Uh, uh, ain't life grand.
Dude, it's
Honestly,
fucked. Go ahead, sir.
that's
Go ahead, sir.
disgusting. I'm sorry. That's just disgusting to me that like so I had met a guy on here and he's like a God, what is it called? He's Jewish, but oh my God, I can't think of the word. It starts with an H.
A Hebrew?
No, but it's like a certain like sector of like
Hasidic.
Judaism. Yes, thank you. Okay, I could not think of it. So every time he gets on, you know, like some of us will just be talking and saying hi to him, but people will come on and just like, I mean, I've never seen someone like get so much hate, and it's just back to back to back, just saying the most horrible things. And I've actually like we've actually talked on the phone before, and it's like, he's actually like they're really suppressed in this Orthodox life. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like you feel like you have no way out. You know, he kind of has like this little private side life, just like getting on TikTok in the middle of the night and trying to make friends. And so, I mean, I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
Yeah, it's a big problem. It's a really big problem. Yeah, and it's Go ahead.
As a person who studies fascism, it's nothing new. Like some fascists don't even know that not all Jews are Zionists. You know, some of them are
So
actually.
if we can refrain from referring to them as
Sorry, my
Jews
bad.
and
I'm just
you know Jewish peoples would be
Yeah.
Jewish peoples would be way better than you know.
Jewish people. You know, not all
Yeah.
Jewish people are Zionists. You know, and well, I'm just speaking in their language. You know, so but not and they do not and some of them actually advocate for Palestine and think the Israeli war is actually a dismissed on their country. You know, I mean not the Palestine and Israel war is going on.
Oh, it's not even a war.
They
It's a
think
straight up extermination. It's genocide.
Yeah.
it's genocide. Yes, genocide.
And
And
it's
that
actually
Another
been
is
going
TikTok
on
shot.
for. It's crazy because it's been going on for a very long time. It's just now suddenly getting like all this attention. You know what I mean?
Yes,
But
Alistair.
Yes.
it's been going on since like what 1940, probably. I think actually like before that, but I mean a lot of it really broke out like around World War II. You know, it's just insane to me. But something I do like, because I know the question is, why does your God deserve anything more than disdain? Well, like who was it that was just saying about like an energy force? That's what I have, and I like to take things from every religion. So like something that I love about like Islamic faith and Judaism is like they don't have like a man. It's like this essence. You
Hmm.
know, it's like this thing that you breathe in and out. It's everywhere. Like I think that's like beautiful. You know what I mean? Anyway, just my 2 cents.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well,
Yeah, one of the reasons why I try to make sure that people, at least here in Interviewing Humanity, aren't referring to the Jewish peoples as the Jews is because it comes off very the Jews. You know what I mean? It's very Yahtzee-ish.
Yeah, I know it's very mustache man talking. You know, I kind of apologize, but uh, again, I try my best because there's some like fascists and alt right people that are not on that line yet. You know,
Yeah.
and you're just trying to convince them to be on the other side. Sometimes it works, and sometimes you just lost them. You know.
Yeah. It's try so there's a lot of terminology that like in specific cultures or specific groups of people is like their terminologies, and that's totally fine. But like this the same with like you know the N word and stuff like that. While it is acceptable use amongst the you know black people's culture amongst themselves, I do not
Some.
condone. Yeah, some yes. I do not condone anybody who's not in that group of people to be using that terminology.
I guess the better one is
They don't
ninja.
even, you know.
Say it again.
Ninja. That's what they use instead of the actual N word.
Yeah, they still shouldn't say it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of the times, it's still like I understand like where it came from. What it came from is like owning it. You know, like I'm a recovering alcoholic, so I'm owning the word. I'm an alcoholic. You know.
You want to
Yeah.
know something?
So like you're
Not-
owning it. But
What's
we're
up,
not a
Raven?
monolith.
Yep.
We're not a monolith, so most of the people that I hang out with, or most of the people in my family, don't even use it. Like, I'm just being honest.
exactly.
It's a word derived in hatred.
Yeah.
Well, it's also promoted in the music industry that isn't controlled
It's
by.
not just the music. But
No, let me just
Yeah.
tell you the full picture I see. As a black man, I see the N word rarely used in my circle by my colleagues, friends, family. It's utilized in hip hop, and hip hop is a form of kind of oppression, the present form. Hollywood uses it in movies, but most of the producers, directors, executive producers are not from the melanated community. So I think it's been weaponized by some people from the YT community who think it's cute to get a black kid who wants to say the ninja word and put him in a recording contract 360 deal. But I hardly ever see it in my circle at all.
You know, I just think you shouldn't say something that you're not going to call your own, elder.
Yeah.
I think somewhat it can be empowering and people use it in empowerment, but also it can be in my community because I'm also black as well. But also, I didn't grow up with that word being used around me. In the side of family I grew up around. But if I look on the other side of family that grew up in rougher areas, then yeah, they're using the word 24/7. So it's really just a difference. It's difference on people and it's difference on culture.
Speaking of, Ghostly, welcome in. Thank you for showing up today. How is your goal going?
It's going pretty well. I got a couple of hundreds in my bank account. I
Okay,
decided
good.
that I'm gonna wait until I graduate because I have 2 classes, and now they enrolled me back into the foster care fully program, so I'm getting paid now. So I just gonna start
Okay.
saving up even more, on it, so I can like have enough for me to be at least like a good 3 months ahead.
Okay.
I already have a roommate, that.
Okay.
Right now I'm looking for an apartment because they wanted something like around $1,800. So
that's
'cause that
really
was
good.
so I'm gonna look around more apartments in that area. Still gonna be the same area. I'm still gonna travel Greyhound. So I'm just getting more of a full plan done. So
Okay.
yeah.
That's really good.
Good.
I'm glad you're getting the help that you need.
If anybody
I
feels like contributing to Ghostly's cause, the information is on the background right now. Please go ahead. Any help that Ghostly can get to get the hell out of Florida by the time they graduate would be so greatly appreciated.
mhm. Okay. It's very nice to meet you, by the way. Sludge came on my live to in order to help promote. So hopefully enough eyes saw and they're able to help you.
So you said you're what, 2 credits away from graduating?
Yep, just 2 more classes.
Okay.
English 4 and math, whatever math class they're gonna have me do.
Okay. Well, here's hoping that can go by quickly and we can get you out of Florida as soon as humanly fucking possible and away from the situation that you're in.
Yeah. They're
Go to the
saying
home.
Oh, hold on
uh,
1 second. Matrix. 1 second.
they're saying I should be able to graduate by December.
By December?
So, because it's just 2
Okay.
classes and I'm not going in for like because I'm on an 18 credit plan. So
Okay.
hopefully by December time, early January, I can finally move out and have enough.
Okay, good.
Where's your destination, Ghostly?
Olympia, Washington.
Okay.
Good.
The exact opposite side of the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's we've calculated out the Greyhound ticket. It's going to be roughly about $400, and then rent you said was going to be like 9 something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also with Greyhound, I've just traveled Greyhound a lot. It depends on when you leave too.
Oh yeah, if you book it early.
Yeah, I was
sorry,
gonna
go
say,
ahead.
yeah, I was just gonna say I went from Kentucky, moved to Idaho, and only paid $72.
God damn.
And I looked on the website again to do like recalculations, and if I book it like a little bit, like not a week in advance, but like a little bit, like a couple days in advance, I can get it for like $200.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So it's
they
kind of
have.
like,
Sorry, go ahead, because I've got a plane flying over.
oh, I just yeah. So that's what I did.
Cool.
Yeah, they've got so what is it? It's 7, 14, and then 21-day price breaks. The
Nice.
21-day price break is what I bought the $72 ticket for, and I traveled 4th of July weekend.
God damn.
So I got to see like 4th of July in 3 different states.
Good. I'm glad.
Hmm.
Sludge, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I should
Okay.
really be asleep, but I do have some meetings that I have to go to.
Okay. Well, when you go live again, send me the invite, and I'll come in and do all the supporty stuff.
Okay, I will. And Ghostly, it was very nice to meet you. And good luck to you, okay?
it was very nice to meet you too.
Bye, Raven.
Yeah, it's Raven. Raven is a really good friend to have, an amazing and sweet and kind-hearted human being who takes absolutely zero bullshit from any type of supremacist. Love you, Raven. Banish, welcome in, buddy.
Sorry, love you too.
All right.
Guys, I got to get off here. I'm at 2% battery, and I do need my phone a little bit, so
Absolutely, man.
I'll be back. I'll be back later if you're still on, Sludge. Have a great day, everybody.
You too, buddy. What up, Banish?
How's it going?
Oh, it's going. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing pretty well. Just getting my ass kicked by this yard.
Okay, well, it's better than getting your ass kicked by the police.
Yeah, that almost happened earlier. I had it coming
Yeah.
though.
I mean, no. No.
I definitely had it coming. I was completely making fun of them in ways I knew I shouldn't have.
Well, I mean, they're fucking Nazis, so.
But well, the saving grace for me is the two main officers that were the ones that were having to deal with it were on the ground laughing as soon as I started making fun of the rookie.
This happened today and like directly to their face?
Oh yeah, that was at 6 in the morning.
Huh. I'm like
Yeah, as 1984 says,
That
fun and
is-
teasing should not lead to police beatings.
Yes, fair.
yeah.
But that's also why I'm sitting by the train yard and not in town, because I did raise some hell.
Oh, hold on one moment. Morgan, go to bed. Go
Hey,
ahead,
can I
Banish.
quickly add, as a survivor of police brutality as a child, there's no, and I'm not saying you're saying that.
Oh, you cut out, bud.
There's no justification for a law enforcer who is trained, who has various weapons, to beat a person of any color or gender preference or orientation just because the person says a joke or even gives them the middle finger, right? Because that is bullying, and I'm sorry that they did that to you, but no, don't justify it, man. For my friend, it's not cool. I
Not to
do fighting,
justify it,
and
but
I don't.
I was what I said, what I was saying to them was not even protected by the First Amendment. I was blatantly saying things I shouldn't be saying. I
What's
can't
not
even repeat
protected?
them.
Well, oh, you can't say it, but I thought everything was protected other than speech that would get you put in jail, and I don't think you were using that speech.
Oh, I also a little bit
I was pretty close.
well, so it depends on the city or the jurisdiction that you're in, because sometimes like little threats saying like, "Oh, I'm gonna beat you up," sometimes those can be counted as threats or not. It's just depending on the jurisdiction or how cool the cops are, but it's still kind of like protected. What one of the cops told me is still protected under the law of freedom of speech and I think the First Amendment. But it's just depending
Well,
on the cops.
so there was a thing that happened with the Library of Congress's website where portions of the First Amendment and portions of what is it, the Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment that has to do with due process were deleted just blatantly.
Why? When?
Just a couple days ago.
When the Nazi tyrants were running the country deleted that like it was like probably 2-3 days ago when that Nazi
Yep.
tyrant did that.
Yep.
So
The
they're
diaper
actively
tyrant, as a friend of
deleting.
mine puts it.
So they're actively deleting
That's
our
another one.
amendments. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah, that's not all that's getting deleted too.
the DEI.
The
I know
whole
they've
thing of
been.
naturalization and the naturalization of naturalized citizenship, what qualifies for that, that's now officially. I mean, they were deleting small portions, but it's now officially all deleted. There's no such thing as a naturalized citizen in the U.S. anymore.
Yeah.
How?
Meaning, if you are born here, you're not even technically a citizen unless they prove you.
So I have a whole episode written up about Project 2025. And I don't know if anybody's been taking it seriously, but they've been playing by this book for, well, since the beginning of Diaper Tyrant's presidency. And it is a very specific set of things that they're doing, which is all 100% geared towards removing, well, any sense of democracy that we may have in this country and replacing it with complete and utter authoritarianism.
I knew a couple of plots of 2025, and I knew they weren't gonna play around, but I didn't think that our government was gonna allow a lot of this to happen. I know they were gonna allow a couple things happen, probably half of the things they said they were gonna do in Project 2025, but I didn't think that deleting our constitutional rights or deleting basically the Constitution itself was
Oh
gonna
yeah.
happen.
Oh yeah, no, that
Well,
was
see,
on
it's
their
not
books.
deleting the Constitution; it's deleting the It's deleting the
It's
information.
it's
Thus,
deleting the parts
it
of the
makes it easier to
Constitution.
dumb down the masses.
Yeah, it's deleting the parts of the Constitution that this administration finds the most burdensome and most hindering to their progress.
Yeah, but a lot of people, American people, don't know the actual Constitution. So
Yeah,
now they,
that's why they thought they could get away with it.
yeah.
That's why they're doing it.
Yeah.
And remember
Uh,
that they have
Because
three
most people
branches
don't
of
realize,
government, right?
like, people don't
hold on,
realize
hold
that
on,
you
Banish,
could
hold on,
walk
Banish,
down the street filming anything you want that you can see.
hold on, Banish, hold on. What was that? 1984?
That they have three branches of government right now. They have the executive, they have the judicial, and they have the legislative. So they
Yep.
can push through whatever they want because I think most people don't realize how destructive Project 2025 will be because they think it'll just be Group X crossing the border. No,
Yeah.
well, I shouldn't say any, but most good people are going to be targets. And there are two aspects to the project. One is empower the billionaires. The other is feed poorer whiteys what they think they want, which is,
Mm-hmm.
oh, get those Mexicans, oh, get those blacks, when in
Yep.
actuality, it's just the guys.
Yep. If y'all are interested, I can actually get the episode started for the episode about Project 2025 and its comparison to being, well, the new Mein Kampf. If everybody will just go ahead and mute up real quick, I'll get through the opening
Can
parts.
I add
What's
something
up?
to what?
Go ahead.
Can I add something real quick to what 1984 said?
Go ahead.
I've absolutely, because as a unhoused traveler, I've absolutely seen that happening out here with other people who are homeless and unhoused in the community going, this is great, they're giving us jobs back by doing this. It's like, no, because we're targets too.
Yep.
Everyone's
Matter of fact,
I've
one of the most
totally
recent executive orders made being homeless, disabled, mentally ill, or addicted a crime. So, which, almost everybody in the United States can fall under one of those things. All right, guys, go ahead and show me where. Just one moment. So everybody, go ahead and mute up real quick. I'm going to get through this opening part and get to some information. So we'll do some information and then questions, then information and questions, information and questions to get through the episode as quick as we can. Okay. So welcome everybody to another episode of Interviewing Humanity. As always, I'm your host Sludge Knuckle, and today we're not talking about some far off dystopian future. We're talking about a manual, 900 pages long, written right now by real people with real power, spelling out in plain language how to dismantle what's left of American democracy and replace it with permanent hard right authoritarian regime. It's called Project 2025. It's been produced by the Heritage Foundation and over 100 allied organizations. And unlike most campaign promises, this isn't vague rhetoric. It's a checklist, a playbook, a second-by-second plan for how a second Trump administration, or any administration willing to use it, could seize control of the entire federal government within 6 months. Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation, didn't mince words when he said this is about conservatives taking the gears of power and holding them, not sharing them, not operating within a balance of powers, holding them. That alone should make the hairs on your neck stand up. Project 2025 is built on 4 pillars: the mandate for leadership, a department-by-department rewrite of federal policy replacing science and precedent with ideology and loyalty, a personnel database, a pre-vetted list of 20,000 political loyalists to be installed across federal agencies replacing career civil servants, training academy, a political boot camp to indoctrinate recruits before they take their posts, and a 180-day playbook, a day-by-day script for remaking the executive branch into an extension of one man's will. Now, that might sound dry, but here's what it means in practice. Civil service protections, gone. Entire agencies bent towards punishing political opponents. Justice Department independence destroyed. Immigration laws rewritten to enable mass detention camps, indefinite family incarceration, and the largest deportation program in modern history. Entire legal immigration systems, from work visas to refugee programs, shut down with the flip of a switch. Economically, they're pushing regressive tax changes that hand billions to corporations while raising taxes on middle-class families. They're gutting worker protections, overtime pay, child labor laws. They're dismantling clean energy investments and environmental protections, undoing decades of climate action in the middle of a climate crisis. Socially, this plan seeks to eliminate the Department of Education, replace public education with religious voucher schemes, criminalize LGBTQ+ existence, roll back reproductive rights to the 19th century, and censor what children and adults are allowed to read, watch, or learn. And they're not shy about any of it. They've written it all down, just like another infamous manifesto nearly a century ago, a book that laid out in exhaustive detail what its author intended to do. Most people didn't read it then. They dismissed it as bluster, and within a decade, that blueprint became reality, at a cost of tens of millions of lives. We've seen this before. Authoritarian power isn't taken in one sweep. It's built, codified, normalized, and enforced by people who know how to use the machinery of the state. Project 2025 is that machinery, tuned for maximum control. And if you think it can't happen here, understand this. Elements of Project 2025 are already happening. Trump's first executive orders of 2025 mirror pieces of this plan word for word. So today we're going to walk through this blueprint, section by section, policy by policy. We'll look at how it seizes power, how it rewrites the rules, how it strips away your rights while telling you it's for your own good. And we'll talk about what it's going to take to stop it before this new Mein Kampf becomes the lived reality of the United States. This is not about politics as usual. This is about survival, political, environmental, cultural, and literal survival. The clock is ticking, and the people writing this plan are already in motion. So let's get into it. First things first, the seizure of power. At the heart of Project 2025's first pillar is the mandate for leadership, a sprawling, nearly 1,000-page re-engineering of the federal government laid out agency by agency. This is not a set of polite policy suggestions. It's a step-by-step operational manual. Every major federal department is given explicit, highly detailed instructions on which programs to dismantle, which regulations to reverse, how to restructure leadership hierarchies, and which hand-picked loyalists to insert into key roles. The 180-day playbook is an accelerant. It maps the first 6 months of a new administration down to specific actions and timelines built around the unitary executive theory, the belief that the president should exercise total, unchallenged authority over the entire executive branch. Under this doctrine, agencies that were designed to operate with independence in service of the public are reframed as instruments. No worries, bud. No worries, bud. Reframed as instruments of the president's will, subject to political orders without resistance. This approach doesn't just blur the separation of powers, it erases it entirely. The traditional systems of checks and balances become a ceremonial facade. Agencies like the EPA, CDC, and FEMA could see their missions warped or dismantled overnight, their leadership purged and replaced with ideologues whose primary role is enforcement of political loyalty and not protection of the public. The next part is Schedule F to the civil service purge. One of the most dangerous tools in Project 2025's arsenal is the revival of Trump's 2020 Schedule F executive order, which reclassifies tens of thousands of federal civil service jobs as at-will political appointments. This would eviscerate the merit-based, nonpartisan hiring system that has been in place for over a century to ensure stability and competence in government operations. Under Schedule F, career professionals, including scientists developing public health policy, economists analyzing national markets, prosecutors handling corrupt cases, and inspectors general investigating misconduct, could be summarily dismissed and replaced with political loyalists drawn from the Project 2025 personnel database. The Brennan Center warns that this would empower the president to remove any employee who resists political pressure, replacing them with individuals whose allegiance is to a leader's ideology rather than the Constitution or evidence-based governance. This isn't simply a reshuffle of leadership, it's a systematic removal of guardrails. By making loyalty the primary qualification, it opens the door to massive corruption and silencing of dissent and catastrophic mismanagement of vital programs. It would make the machinery of government responsive only to those in power and unresponsive to the people it's meant to serve. And then finally comes the politicizing of the Department of Justice and law enforcement, which we've already seen. The Justice Department's long-established norms of independence are explicitly in the crosshairs. Project 2025 calls for dismantling rules that prevent the White House from directing prosecutions. Under this model, the Attorney General would serve as an arm of the president's political strategy, taking direct orders to investigate and prosecute political opponents. Prosecutors who refuse such directives could be fired without cause. Civil service protections for DOJ staff would be removed, leaving them vulnerable to political retaliation. Federal law enforcement presence would be expanded, as we've seen with ICE, and local prosecutors who choose not to pursue low-level or politically inconvenient cases could themselves face federal charges. The impact is profound. The justice system becomes a weapon of retribution rather than an impartial arbiter of law. At the same time, the centralization strips states and municipalities of the autonomy to chart their own approaches to law enforcement, overriding local democratic will in favor of federal political agenda. So, 1984, if a president can directly control every agency and replace experts with loyalists, what safeguards, if any, remain against abuse of power?
Just the whim of that president, meaning if he or she determines, okay, you know what, I'll show you love. And by the way, this is a repeat of ancient Rome. The fertile ground was there for Nero and Julius Caesar. And that is what we are seeing. The perfect American scenario where a person like the MAGA movement can be in place, and it takes us back to the plantations, not just black people, white people also.
Okay. Thank you very much, bud. Sarah, how does politicizing the Department of Justice change the meaning of equal justice under law in practice?
Well, I mean, what is justice if it's like only going to be justice for that one particular group of people? You know, then it becomes like their truth. I thought I was going to be asking you the questions though.
You can ask me questions for sure. This is so here at Interviewing Humanity, I usually do panel interviews where I have people in the panels. I have a subject to talk about. I bring forth some information. I ask you some questions, and then after the show, you ask me any clarifying questions that you would need to, or at the end of the panel discussion per segment. And this is panel discussion per segment 1. So what questions do you have?
Well, I was kind of curious, like, so, as we all know, like, Trump had, like, a ton of, backing from Elon, right, in regards to his political campaign. Now, it's kind of funny that we do have fact that the Russians did hack our system when it was Trump via, Biden. But, you know, everyone seemed to forget about that. Everyone just ignored that. And so it kind of makes me feel like, anyway, I'm getting off subject, but I'm kind of curious as to, like, how many of these organizations, because you mentioned organizations, that X amount of number organizations, this, that, and the other. So I'm like, how many of those are, like, backed by churches? Like, how many of those are like religious zealots? Do you have numbers on that? You know,
specific numbers, no. But what I can tell you is that the Heritage Foundation itself, which is financially backed by Peter Thiel, who was a co-founder of Facebook, and I want to say PayPal. Anyways, he's one of the richest people on the planet. He has heavy ties into multiple religious organizations, primarily financially, more so than ideologically. But
yeah, because you can just claim it as a charity and you don't have to. It's all profit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can have space of land with your little steeple, and guess what? It's all, you know, in the name of religion. And it's just so funny. Church is not separated from state, man. The next thing I wanted to know is, like, did you write all of this, or was like this something you wrote all this?
Yeah, I write my own scripts.
Oh my god. Okay, like, no wonder. I'm like, dude, I'm intimidated. I'm like in a room full of geniuses.
No, not a genius, just autistic.
That means genius, man.
No, it means disabled.
Disabled my ass.
Well,
it's like you're processing things at like a fucking 100 miles per hour, where I'm like, hey, did you like put the thing over at the thing?
Yeah. No, it's I just have really good pattern recognition, but I can't literally do anything else in the world. So,
dude. Okay,
I'm good with art. I'm good with music. I'm good with information and things like that. But I've never been able to do anything that would be classified as normal fucking contributions to society.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm the recovering alcoholic in the family, so you know I'm a real black sheep, and everyone really loves to treat me special because I just can't drink anymore, you know.
Yeah.
But like, honestly, you're like hosting this live, and I was like, everyone dropped off, and I was like, oh shit, I'm still up here, dude.
It happens every time. So when I start having conversations about subjects like this, I have all this done on my laptop. I can see the numbers that are happening with TikTok as it happens. And when I start having conversations like this, my numbers go from standard, standard mid-level live status numbers, roughly about 10 to 15 people in every couple of minutes, to tanked, where there's nobody coming in, maybe one person every 20 minutes. And it's because the algorithm picks up on specific things and then determines how much traffic gets sent this direction. It doesn't want people having this conversation.
Yeah, and that's insane.
Could it also be that a subset of your participants don't want to get as deep? Or however we think about it, because it isn't just algorithm. Well, I think sometimes people are comfortable with their talking points, but not with the big picture.
Yeah.
So, subject A, but not subjects B, C, D, E. No, I just want to focus on A.
Yeah. A lot of people want to stick to one very specific little set of knowledge or information and have that be the entirety of their knowledge base. I think that we are in desperate need of talking about the actual picture and not just the nose on the princess's face.
What's funny is like they'll play it off like, well, I don't want to get political, and I don't want to, I don't even care about politics. Like, I was talking to this guy, and he was like, I don't know where, like, he was saying some bad stuff about Trump, and I was like, yeah, I can't believe that, Kamala didn't take it, and I am sorry that I am bringing up politics right now, but he was like, well, I didn't really agree with, like the things that she stood for. And I was like, really? Like what? And he was like, well, I didn't vote. And I was like, you're the problem.
Well, like, if I could be candid, voting hasn't necessarily mattered much in this country since, I want to say, pre-Obama. So here's how it goes. If companies and corporations can lobby with billions of dollars to sway the decisions of the electoral college, your votes don't necessarily matter. The existence of, as you said right there, the existence of super PACs alone lets you know that your vote, while it may matter in your local elections, because it does very much matter in your local elections, has less sway in national elections than people would like it to have.
Yeah, and like
sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just going to say, I don't even remember. You go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, and then there's the post-election corruption, where someone in New York City that could be the mayor suddenly has changed his position on regarding the NYPD. So in other words, the election, we have the corruption, we get chosen people to vote for, and then a small group of people determine president. But then the congressmen, the senators are meeting with corrupt entities that claim to be super PACs or whatever they want to call it, who then switch their allegiance from the voters in the communities.
Yep.
So it's a catch-22 and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We definitely need some safeguards in place that allow us to remove people from power the moment they start doing things against the will of the public.
The American people, you know what it is? I don't know why I'm thinking this. This is not going to make any sense, but I'm like, we all just need to be unionized.
Yeah.
Because, okay, I work for a union, and I'm telling you, like, they go to bat for you, and it's like...
Oh, I know.
Ain't nothing gonna happen while that union's in place, And so, I don't know, man, like, it's something that has really driven me nuts is like, that I feel like I'm not doing enough, because I do like to go out and vote. I always vote. I'm in Texas, okay? I cannot get Greg Abbott out of office to save my life.
Well, nobody can. He's there. He's there on purpose. Yeah, he's there on purpose.
Yeah, I can't get them out, and it just what also drives me nuts is that people like default to like this like religious perspective. Like they think that they're voting a certain way because God would want them to vote that way.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And it's like if you knew Jesus, you know that he'd say, "What the fuck are you doing?" You know?
Mm-hmm.
Get out of here.
Yeah, what are you doing? This is not what I was talking about at all. You know?
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah. It is.
Can I add something quickly? Geopolitical perspective.
Yeah, please.
And I've been thinking this. I'm 60 now. I'll be 61. A few more months. I think geopolitically is the way to go in many areas because most of us have. I've lived in different countries. Every country I've been in, most voters are unhappy because most voters think national. But the politicians are international in their thinking. The corporations are international. So we get around one little circle, a flag, an anthem. Oh, great, yeah, you, whatever. So I think we have to think now United Nations. We have to think NGOs. We have to think IGOs and reaching out to them and forming entities because obviously the nations don't care about regular working class or poor people, period. Thanks for
Yeah.
listening.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm gonna move on to the next part of the next part of the somebody just requested up. Hold on a second. I'm gonna move on to the next part of the script for today's episode after I see Julie, did you want to come up? All right.
Julie. Kidding.
No, Julie's a sweetheart. Love her to death. All right. So next we're going to talk about authoritarian immigration and border regime, starting with mass detentions and deportation infrastructure. So Project 2025's immigration agenda, crafted by former Trump officials Ken Cuccinelli and Gene Hamilton, outlines the most expansive deportation plan in modern U.S. history. It calls for Congress to raise ICE detention capacity to 100,000 beds, more than double, what was the current levels at the time I wrote this script, and loosen standards so that tent cities, state-run prisons, and hastily converted facilities can be used for migrant detention. The blueprint mandates that ICE detain every undocumented immigrant with a criminal record or prior removal order, while also instructing Homeland Security investigation agents to prioritize immigration cases over other federal crimes. This plan normalizes the mass incarceration of nonviolent immigrants and paves the way for an industrial-scale deportation apparatus. It envisions sweeping raids, indefinite detention, and dismantling of humanitarian protections that have been part of U.S. law for decades. The strategy goes beyond targeting undocumented immigrants, too. It seeks to shut down legal immigration. The blueprint eliminates parole programs, slashes refugee admissions, and cuts student visas from, quote, enemy nations. Temporary protected status would be ended, family-based immigration would be reduced, and seasonal worker visas are phasing out. Each high-skilled H-1B visa would be severely curtailed. Perhaps the most alarming tool is a proposed kill switch that would allow U.S. citizenship and immigration services to stop processing applications in any category whenever backlogs are deemed, quote, excessive. By deliberately understaffing processing centers, an administration could effectively freeze entire immigration systems without passing any new laws. Project 2025 calls for reinstating the Remain in Mexico policy, forcing asylum seekers to wait in unsafe conditions outside of the U.S. and for tearing up the Flores settlement agreement, which limits the time children can be detained. Without Flores protections, migrant families, including children, could be held indefinitely at detention camps. In addition, the plan dismantles institutional safeguards within the immigration system. It proposes dissolving the DHS Office of General Counsel, decentralizing USCIS, and eliminating the unions for immigration judges and USCIS employees. These moves would strip away transparency and accountability, placing immense power in the hands of politically appointed officials committed to an extreme enforcement agenda. Since 1984, what are the humanitarian and moral consequences of expanding detention capacity to 100,000 beds and loosening detention standards?
we have moved to seek and destroy and jail, no different than what Russia did at one point. They're not doing it now with Mustache. I hope my answer doesn't go off track. I apologize if I do.
No, you're good.
And this is happening, I think, because of hate that has, from George Washington to now, the outgroup. And so we're going to build continually these detention centers. And this will continually have some groups thinking, including some black people, by the way, oh, it's good. You're finally going after those immigrants and da-da-da. When in actuality, eventually, the noose is coming around your neck also. So, yeah, it's a scary time. By the way, my oldest son was just having a quick meeting with me about something, but I caught most of what you said. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, no problem, buddy. Sarah, if children and families can be detained indefinitely, what does that mean for human rights standards in the U.S.?
That anything can happen. That anyone is subject to that same kind of treatment, including all of their YT brothers and anyone that might go against the grain. I mean, anything can happen. I live in Texas. I live in South Texas. Okay. And I've lived here my whole life. I live in San Antonio, Texas. Okay. I've been to Mexico multiple times. What's the big deal is what I'm saying. I'm like, there's no issue. It's not a big deal. I'm living here in the midst of it. There's no issue. The only thing that I can think is, like, rationally thinking, okay, that it's just plain blatant racism. You know what I mean? Because I don't know, I've somehow been surviving this whole time for 35 years in South Texas in a city called San Antonio, where, you know, it's I don't get it. I don't get it. It's unrealistic. Anyway, I know I'm not saying like an intellectual answer, but that's one of my big things is like, what's the big deal? Or
Yeah.
make America great again, like,
Yeah.
or like take America back. It's like, from who? You know?
Yeah. Also,
from
when was
time was
America
so
ever great?
Yeah, what time was so great to you? I love back in the 1950s with McCarthyism or McCarthyism, and I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah. It's rather bleak. Would you like to ask a question? Go ahead.
No, yeah, so you had said the loosening detention standards. What that tells me is that, like, anything goes, right? Is that what that kind of says?
Pretty much. It has made way for severe inhumane treatments at detention centers, which has been reported long before this, but is multiplied so heavily. And just because just for the grace of a few people who are in positions to do so, some cell phones have been able to get to folks being held at these detention centers so that they can get the word out about what's happening. And it is brutal. It is brutal. It is inhumane. It is fucking disgusting. And we should be doing better than this.
Right.
And we're not.
I watched the documentary about Osama bin Laden with Guantanamo, and I always knew that it was like sketch as hell, you know, but then you find out like, oh, we're just like casually torturing people, you know, 24/7. I mean, then I don't know, man, like the entire thing is just especially because I live close to Mexico. I'm like, it's no big deal.
Yeah, it's a direct play out of a fascist playbook.
Yeah, like, you know who the worst people that I've met here? They're always like white skinhead guys. Always. Yep. That's always the worst people that I've ever met in my entire life growing up South Texas.
Absolutely.
I tell you all, skinhead actually started off as a positive movement in Britain.
Yep.
It has
the skins. Yep.
It was melanated Jamaican British people and poor working class white people that the young people now came together and said, hey, man, we're all in the same struggle. Let's work together. It has been kidnapped and turned into what we see today. And it's similar to what's happening with artificial intelligence. People aren't realizing this is really a technical war, also, because AI is going to decimate most people's jobs. So, what do? Point the finger at Manuel, Jose, Shaniqua, and Mumble Rap. And you
Yep.
say that's the problem. And so, on one timeline, you see the wealthy getting richer, but on the other timeline, you see rights of humans disappearing, but we don't see the technical side because we don't know Python. Most people don't know the difference between AI and machine language or machine learning. So they're stuck, you know?
Yep. Absolutely. Laz, welcome in. I do have a question for you, if you don't mind. We're discussing Project 2025 right now.
Can I say one
yeah,
thing real
sure.
quick? Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't want to forget. So the AI thing, because it's so true. I've called more than one company this week just trying to get like my affairs in order, and every time it states that your entire call is going to be with this AI machine called Kelly or whatever.
Yep.
That's like Kelly. I don't know. You know, like they always give it like names.
Uh-huh.
Hi, this is Kelly, your AI. I'm going to be taking your call today. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I work
Yeah,
at a
it's
call
the
center for
automation
an
of it's the
airline.
automation of the workforce, so that they don't have to pay laborers, and then they're going to arrest a bunch of people, stick them in prisons where they have already made it legal to not pay people for their work. You don't have to pay slaves. Slavery never went away; it just existed within the 14th Amendment.
Yeah.
13th.
Sorry, 13th Amendment. Laz, my question for you is: how does eliminating legal immigration pathways affect the economy and America's role in the world?
Well, we can look at Florida, for example. The moment that Rhonda DeSatan passed the anti-immigration laws in Florida, we saw a huge impact financially. Over $128 billion GDP hit. We saw a $11 billion tax loss on the federal scale and 10.9 billion in state taxes.
That is massive.
If we look at that on the national scale, we can expect agricultural to lose 2/3 of the GDP. We can expect the hospitality industry to lose about 60% of GDP. Hospitality is heavily influenced on immigration and visiting from external countries. So when we're looking at creating an unsafe environment for individuals to even visit, they don't want to bring their families. They don't want to come here for vacations. And the hospitality industry is losing big time. We've already seen this year many of the conferences that were scheduled in the United States have canceled or rescheduled. We have individuals from Canada who they're refusing to take the reservations that they've already made. They're canceling them or postponing them until after 2027.
Hey, Laz, that actually relates to a smokescreen, meaning AI and big tech are decimating jobs, right? So why are you going to have Manuel crossing the border to do the job when there won't be the job? So what you do is you vilify Manuel and Shaniqua and people from Haiti, right? And then you downsize the companies and the hello, can I help you? My name is John. I am an AI, right? Now, who is fighting? Poor people of all colors are fighting each other. I'm not a person that doesn't believe racism doesn't exist. I think we're at the point where racism is starting to lower on the totem pole, and up comes technocrats and global warming. It's so bad. Like, my goodness, maybe racism isn't as important as saving the planet and the nation. So it's a weird world.
Right. So while you do have somewhat of a point there, I would say that you are equivocating to industries that aren't impacted by AI specifically. When you're talking about agricultural, you're talking about the individuals who are going and working on those farms for 17 to 22 cents a bushel. It's individuals who are working in jobs where there is no guaranteed minimum wage. They're exempt under the Fair Labor Standards Act. When we're talking about, quote, they're stealing our jobs, they're not taking jobs that the average, quote, American worker would do, because of the fact that the Jim Crow laws of exemptions for minimum wage still exist and are still enforced. So yes, while you do have a point about AI doesn't enter into this specific impact.
Can I tell you, I work in AI and artificial intelligence, and they are involved in the farming sector and taking jobs, and drones are being used now in the farming sector as well as AI. It's not just AI in terms of stockbrokers and analysts. The software and the programs are being utilized across the board, even in automation. It is not limited to, well, analysts are going to have problems. No, everybody's going to have a problem because of big tech and AI.
Alrighty. Thank you all very much. So next we're going to talk about economic restructuring for the few. Starting with the tax shifts and upward wealth transfer that we're already experiencing. So Project 2025 proposes a radical overhaul of the tax system designed to funnel wealth upwards. It reduces the income tax structure to just two brackets, 15% for incomes up to $168,000 and 30% above that threshold. It eliminates deductions like the Earned Income Tax Credit and Child Tax Credit, measures that directly raise taxes on middle and low income families by thousands per year. Corporations get a windfall. Corporate tax rate would drop from 21% to 18%. In the long term, Project 2025 pushes for replacing all income and corporate taxes with a national consumption tax, a system that would shift the burden of funding government onto everyday purchases. Critics note that this would raise the cost of living for working families while locking in tax cuts for the wealthy, especially because the plan would require a 3/5 vote in Congress to raise taxes in the future. The labor protections would be gutted under Project 2025's economic agenda. The plan weakens overtime rules, narrows workplace safety standards, and opens the door for children to work in hazardous jobs. It seeks to limit union organizing, restrict collective bargaining rights, and reduce veterans' disability benefits. Additionally, Project 2025 would repeal key parts of the Inflation Reduction Act, removing infrastructure investments and subsidies for clean energy that have created jobs across the country. This rollback is presented as fiscal discipline, but it would erase pathways to modernized industries and living wage employment. The Federal Reserve's mission would be narrowed to focus exclusively on price stability, removing its obligation to pursue full employment. This change would strip away a crucial counterbalance in times of economic downturn, prioritizing inflation and its control over job creation. Centralizing economic control in this way hands disproportionate influence to the executive branch's economic appointees and Wall Street-aligned policymakers. It effectively sidelines public interest goals in favor of market orthodoxy and austerity, locking working-class Americans into a cycle where their livelihoods are secondary to investor confidence. Laz, who benefits most from replacing income and corporate taxes with a national consumption tax, and who bears the cost?
Hey, I didn't hear whose name.
Let me make sure.
I'm sorry.
I was going for Laz
Let me
on that
make
one.
sure I understand.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Let me make sure I understand your question. So the consumption tax versus who benefits from the system that's designed for corporations.
Who benefits the most from replacing the income and corporate taxes with a national consumption tax?
Again, it's going to be corporations, because anything that we do surrounding the tax rates, no matter what is done, unless it is specifically tailored to taxing a corporation, is going to affect the people. And even in regards to taxing corporations, we need to make sure that those are not passed through taxes. Because a lot of people are going back and forth on this idea of tax a corporation, don't tax the people. Well, the corporation is just adding the taxes they have to pay into the cost of goods and services, and then there's no control route to make sure that the price of goods isn't proportionally raised. At which point, people are under this misconception that corporations are going to be paying the taxes and not the people, when it's always the consumer. It's always the people that are paying every dime of the taxes. And in that regard, corporations don't pay tax at all.
Okay. Thank you very much. 1984, how would weakening unions and workplace protections affect economic inequality in the U.S.?
Well, the initial purpose of unions in America was to lock out certain groups and establish security for YT workers, but it has morphed into a tool that can be used to protect people of all colors. So that's the point we're at now. Unfortunately, if we keep going the way we're going, we're going to end up doing the backwards flip. Okay, so now let's lock out certain groups, but hopefully we don't get there. If we don't have unions at all, workers don't have the same types of protections. So there's a big gap, power dynamic between the C-suiters, the majority shareholders, and the average worker. If you don't have an infrastructure, how are you going to go to the CEO, CMO, CFO, CIO, COO, and have any leverage? You don't. So we're really going back to a time when one group had everything and the other group didn't. We had mercantilism, we had transatlantic type situations of slavery. Now we have Western democracy, but in the Western democracy, women couldn't vote, slaves couldn't vote. Yeah, we're taking off in big tech, we're destroying unions, and this is like living in a nightmare. I'm sorry I went all over the place, but so much of what is happening is affecting real people's lives. It's scary. So no, we need the unions. We need
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Princess, I'm assuming you'd like to get in on that same question.
So I work for a major airline, and we are unionized. I'm actually, I got in trouble at work, so I'm actually working with the union to defend me. Even if something were to happen, the union would continue to fight for me. I pay my union dues. And most of the women in most of the people in my department are women and women of color. Okay. It's the airline that I work for has recently been taken over by a massive, shareholder group, and they've bought out most of the stocks. And so now we've changed every single one of our policies that we ever used to have. We had mass layoffs for contract employees, aka the ones that are not protected by the union, which was like devastating because our airline in the last 50 years has never once had a layoff, including during COVID. These were our friends that got laid off. The whole idea of I think of the union as us kind of sticking it back to the man in layman's terms. Did I even say that right? And yeah, when we need the unions, and I don't think that I would ever work at another company if it was not unionized. If it was not unionized and I didn't have those specific rights. And so the idea of them getting rid of it is literally so that they can get away with whatever they want, whenever they want, to any employee and not have any accountability. And that's what the union does, is hold these companies accountable. More than once I've had to, there's, it's a massive corporation that I'm working for.
which I'm not like happy about, but it's an airline. And when I first started there, it was being ran much differently. It was more about like our clientele, and now it's about what can you sell. You know what I mean? I don't know that I'll be with this company for much longer because it does not align with my values, and it's devastating.
Thank you very much.
I do
So,
want to push.
go
I
ahead.
do want to push back a little bit because I do want to recognize the impacts of U.S. and U.S. law within the labor unions themselves. There was a statement made that the labor unions were designed to keep for YT specific, and I want to recognize that the Finns, while today being recognized as YT, at the time they were not, and in fact, because they were considered non-YT, were not afforded the protections of the Constitution itself, because to get those protections you had to be either YT or black. Being judged outside of that and being heavily influenced in the labor union and the labor movements of the United States, we should recognize that statements saying that they were only tailored for individuals who were YT would be erasing valuable history that should be acknowledged.
One of my uncles was the first black man that was in a position of power in a very powerful union. I'm not sure where you're getting your facts from, but if anyone does a cursory glance at the history of American unions, they would see the white supremacy. Things did, of course, change more after the civil rights era, but if anyone needs a source, just type in history of racism in American labor unions, and they'll also see, on your point that AI is not going to affect farming as much, they'll also see that AI is being used increasingly in every aspect of the farming sector, and it's taking over eventually.
Right, but so acknowledging the racism within the United States is part of what I'm talking about, because we're recognizing that there are individuals who are considered to be YT today who were considered non-YT in those days. So I'm struggling to understand your point of saying that this wasn't an impact when I'm acknowledging it very much was an impact, and I'm acknowledging that the impact of non-YT individuals of that time was extreme, because when we recognize, for example, the redneck movement, not all of those individuals who were considered to be rednecks were YT. You did have a lot of Finns, you did have a lot of Asian individuals who were part of these movements, that when you say that it was specifically YT people fighting for labor rights, it's erasing that history.
Yeah, I never said that Asians and other groups were suffering in the early days of the union. What I said is that the unions were set up to establish a big divide between YT workers and black people who wanted to work. You may be aware that in the immigrants movement, the target group for hundreds of years have been the black. At different points, one group were Indian Americans. I'm talking from India, not native. At another time, it was Japanese Americans, but which group has consistently been at the bottom to this day? It would be native indigenous people who really the land belongs to, and melanated people. You're kind of using logical fallacies to justify a point that isn't justifiable. But I want to go back to the host, because you and I shouldn't be taking over his, the host show. The host should take over the show. So I'll stop talking. I'm sorry, Sludge, for going
It's
on.
okay.
That.
It's okay. I appreciate the space for discourse. These things can be discussed, and y'all are discussing them like adults. So I appreciate every moment.
Yeah, y'all really are. Is it okay if I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all really are like discussing it like adults. That's awesome. Y'all aren't calling each other names like a lot of people do on this. But okay, so you remember how I was talking about this group, this shareholder group. So I was livid. So I researched, it took me a while to actually get down, find out who these people were that were backing this group, and most of them were like either like some millionaire tycoons or they had some sort of political background. Okay, and then it was like as soon as we know, you know who took office, then all of these things started to become implemented, and then this mass layoff happened. 1,700 people were laid off in this one department, which has never happened in the history of the company. You know what I mean? It's just, it's real. It's out there. It's happening.
Indeed.
Sounds
Thank
like
you all.
hedge funds and venture capitalists. Oh, sorry, Sledge.
No, you're good. You're good. And thank you all very much for those very lively contributions to the conversation. So next, I'm going to talk about social and cultural control that is put in place by Project 2025, starting with education and censorship. So Project 2025 aims to dismantle the Department of Education entirely, transferring its responsibilities to the states with minimal oversight. It eliminates Title I funding for high poverty schools and abolishes Head Start, cutting critical resources for millions of low-income children. Free school meal programs would also be ended. Keep that in mind. The plan goes further by promoting a federal parent bill of rights. And that would enable parents to sue schools, ban books, and enforce nationwide curricular censorship. Materials discussing LGBTQ identities, systemic racism, or reproductive health would be banned under this framework. The librarians who distribute such materials could be labeled as sex offenders. This reconfiguration of education shifts public funds to private and religious schools through nationwide voucher programs, destabilizing public education and prioritizing ideological indoctrination over critical thinking. Project 2025 also seeks to roll back Title IX protections by redefining sex to mean biological sex only, erasing protections for transgender students. It labels trans-inclusive books and materials as pornography, encouraging criminal prosecution of educators and librarians. On reproductive rights, the plan revives the Comstock Act to ban mailing abortion pills, effectively creating a nationwide medication abortion ban without passing new legislation. It promotes fetal personhood, setting the stage for total abortion bans and reinstating the Title X gag rule, limiting reproductive health care information. These measures represent a coordinated rollback of hard-won civil rights, replacing individual freedoms with state-enforced moral codes aligned to narrow ideological worldview. And when it comes to the criminalization of dissent and the expansion of state power, protest rights are directly targeted. Project 2025 encourages harsher penalties for protesters, expands federal law enforcement presence, and increases police immunity. Local prosecutors who decline to enforce certain laws can face federal charges. This expansion of centralized policing power reduces the autonomy of local governments and raises the risk of politically motivated crackdowns on demonstrations, especially those opposing government policies. By tying law enforcement more closely to the executive branch's political priorities, Project 2025 erodes the foundational principle of government accountability to the people. Laz, how would dismantling the Department of Education and promoting nationwide censorship affect future generations' ability to think critically?
Well, we can see this evidence throughout history already, because when we look at the impact that Reagan had specifically on education, when we look at the fact that Reagan campaigned on the ideas of we are in danger of creating an educated proletariat, and his first 3 years in office, he reduced the funding for education in half. So, you know, when we're seeing that, when we're seeing cases like Gary B. versus Schneider that came out in 2020 that says that the American people do not have the right to literacy and education, the entire idea has been to dumb down America. It's the idea of if we can keep them ignorant, they can't rise up within the system that is designed to keep them oppressed. Um, the the lack of education in the United States, and disparity between the 80s and 90s to even today is relatively astounding. You know, when we look at the fact that people have forgotten history and history is repeating itself, and the fact that people who have lived that history are being told, no, you're wrong about this in history. It sows that divide to the point that they maintain a level of control. It shows the fact that people are willing to follow the leader instead of actually having a form of critical thought. And I think critical thinking should be one of the foremost things that's taught within schools.
Fuck, I would agree with that. 1984. What are the broader societal consequences of erasing LGBTQ plus protections and restricting reproductive freedoms?
The broader consequences are that the rights of people that are different from me, which is heterosexual, will be removed, and that removal removes some of the humanity and also leads to more online punishment and enforcement of words and thoughts. Thoughts in that if you think something, you may say it. Well, you're not going to say it if it's going to get you in trouble. But I think a lot of this is because some Americans and Westerners think of history as maybe something from Jimmy Carter or Ronald Reagan, etc. But if we look at the mistreatment of indigenous populations in the school systems that were set up to force them to think a certain way, the same indoctrination against people that are LGBTQ plus occurred. And if we look at the plantations, black people generally didn't have any education, and they were indoctrinated to say LGBTQ are bad people from the Bible. So it all goes to how far back in history are people willing to go in order to solve the problem, just to yesterday or to the foundations of the actual system itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome in, Moon King. We're discussing Project 2025 and the route it very, very thoroughly intends on taking with the country. So real quick before I get to you, Moon, Princess Sarah, how does criminalizing dissent reshape the relationship between citizens and the state?
Okay, criminalizing dissent? Like, when you say dissent, do you mean like, what do you mean by dissent? I'm sorry.
Your ability to speak out against actions being taken by the state.
Oh, like kind of like protesting and things like
Yeah.
that? I mean, that is one of like our rights, our constitutional rights. If you're not allowed to have that freedom of speech, that constitutional right that was given to us, even all of us eventually, if that, then I mean, like I said before, anything could happen. You know, I mean, if they're gonna get away with this, then they're like, oh, well, give me an inch, I can take a mile. Sorry, I don't have like the smartest answers, but I do have a real life experience that I can relate. My mom has been a teacher for the last 21 years. She retired, and so okay, with the book bans, she's an elementary teacher. So there have been some people that have been like pretty upset, but a lot of the teachers, at least where she's working or has been working, they don't honor the book bans or anything like that, because it's bullshit. Let's be real, it's bullshit.
I do know, however, that like when it comes to like teachers, a lot of them, like me, I'm living with my best friend. She was a teacher for 3 years. She was like, I'm done, because of all of these things that they're encroaching upon the schools. Also, teachers get paid like absolute ass. And they're like public servants. What was there's another point. I'm sorry. There's another point that I was gonna make. I'm so tired. In regards to my mom, so she's retired, and like her old school hit her up and like offered her a job because they said that multiple teachers have like quit this year. Like no one wants to deal with it. It's ridiculous. And then not only that, a lot of these kids are like COVID kids. So they like were just like raised on tablets. And so that's another thing, but that's a whole other subject, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, thank you, Princess Sarah. I appreciate you. Moon King.
Right now.
You're doing great. You're doing great. Moon King, welcome in. So with the criminalization of protesting and demonstrations against the government, what do you think is going to be the inevitable outcome in regards to the relationship between citizens and the state?
Well, it's going to create a lot of... Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's going to create a lot of resentment between the people and towards authoritative figures and a lot of distrust, right? With any broken society, there's going to become mental issues with that, right? So anytime when a cop walks by, even if they're a good person, not all cops are bad, some people are good, right? But you'll have that instinctive not to trust them, because what if you're going to be criminalized for speaking out? It's also going to cut down on freedom of speech. People are going to fall more in line rather than speaking out and waking up and bringing awareness to situations such as my community is struggling, we need resources, kind of thing. You criminalize the people who do right, the wrong people wind up looking right, if that makes sense at all. So it creates a lot of turmoil and a lot of division versus bringing everybody together and creating community and creating a united front, because there's other enemies out there that we should be more aware about than fighting within our own walls.
Thank you very much, Moon. So next, and this is the final segment, I'm going to be talking about environmental and structural rollbacks that are in place in Project 2025, starting with fossil fuel expansion and the gutting of environmental law. So Project 2025 dedicates roughly 150 pages to dismantling environmental protections. It proposes rewriting the Endangered Species Act to remove safeguards for key species like wolves and grizzlies, and repealing the Antiquities Act, stripping presidents of the authority to create national monuments. It calls for prioritizing oil and gas drilling on federal lands, fast-tracking projects like the Willow Oil Project and opening the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge to development. Environmental review processes under the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, would be gutted, reducing community input and speeding approval for polluting industries. The blueprint eliminates environmental justice offices within the EPA, the Department of Justice, removing dedicated oversight for the communities most harmed by pollution. Health-based air quality standards would be replaced with the burden of proof, requiring regulators to demonstrate harm before taking action, which is a reversal of decades of public health protections. Regulatory agencies would be pushed to accept industry-funded science, downplaying risks from toxic substances such as PFAS or forever chemicals. The social cost of carbon, key metric in climate policy, would be abandoned, ignoring the economic damages of greenhouse gas emissions. And Project 2025 also proposes eliminating NOAA and the National Weather Service and moving FEMA out of DHS while ending the National Flood Insurance Program. Disaster relief responsibilities would then be shifted to individual states, leaving them without federal support during large-scale crises. Public lands will be reoriented towards resource extraction, stripping away conservation goals in favor of short-term economic gains for extractive industries. This would not only accelerate climate change, but also degrade ecosystems and that millions of Americans depend on for clean water, food, and cultural heritage. Laz, being indigenous, how would dismantling federal environmental protections and oversight affect public health in vulnerable communities?
Well, you can look at the whole thing about the mining on indigenous lands. The fact that they're trying to reduce the restrictions to force through the lithium mines on indigenous lands. The fact that we have consistently had to have our water protectors fighting for the rights to maintain sovereignty of our lands, to maintain the healthy ecosystems within the lands that we have been by treaty assigned as caretakers. The fact that there is a consistent push to completely disregard the addressing of ruining the land that we live in and on for the almighty dollar.
Thank you very much. MoonClan, what are the long-term risks of prioritizing fossil fuel extraction over renewable energy development?
If I may be honest, if you continue using resources that are non-replenishable, you destroy the earth itself, right? It creates divots in the ground that are unnatural, such as water reservoirs. And it creates a man-made catastrophe, which leads to devastation of your environment in a faster way. For renewable resources, such as recycling something and creating something that is useful for it, that is also good for the environment and improves the environment's health, those have unlimited access, right? So we are destroying things that our planet survives on versus using stuff that is renewable. So it's completely not helpful for long-term survival of humanity.
Thank you very much, Moon. 1984, if disaster relief becomes a state responsibility without federal backing, how will poorer states cope with large-scale climate disasters?
Read, please, the question. I was thinking.
If disaster relief becomes a state responsibility without federal backing, how will poorer states cope with large-scale climate disasters?
Oh, yeah. I could give an analogy. 5 people representing 5 states. Number 1 has $1 billion. Number 5 has a negative account of 480. If the 480 is a state that has to deal with the same natural disaster, because the disaster doesn't choose a state by wealth. Well, you know what? I'm going to hit number 5. No, the disaster hits regardless of wealth. Well, the poorer states will be unable to really cope with the disaster. I hope I said that properly. Now, I think that human lives are valuable, whether or not we agree on certain religious things, right? But if we prioritize more elitism, we're basically saying poor people's lives have no value. And unfortunately, that's where we are. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Big A Mike, welcome in. Glad to have you on board. Let's see, where was the other question? Oh shit. Yeah, no worries, bud. Princess Sarah, I'll ask you one of the questions I asked earlier. How would dismantling federal environmental protections and oversight affect public health in vulnerable communities?
Right. Right. So you mean like, and when we're talking about this, do you mean like, okay, for example, like the parks and things like that? Or do you mean like things
federal
like
lands?
Yeah, okay, because I had read about how like they're wanting to take over some of those lands, start drilling in them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, number one, that's bad for the environment. I feel like we're in 2025, and maybe this is unrealistic, but I do feel like we should be at a point where we have more access to like environment friendly resources. I do feel like we were like on that direction and we were headed that way, and now we are no longer, which doesn't make any sense. I do think that obviously when it comes to like these things, like there's always like casualties. Anytime that there's some sort of disruption with land, right? There's always casualties that end up having to pay for it. And I don't know. I don't know. What do you think?
You're asking me what I think?
Yes, I want to hear your answer on this one.
I feel that dismantling federal environmental protections and the oversights therein is a massive step backwards towards the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, where we gave zero shits about the planet that we lived on, despite many scientific professionals proclaiming very loudly that staying on that path would very much shorten humanity's ability to live on this planet.
You basically said everything I said, but better.
I think everybody's got the right idea about it. This is a terrible idea. It's a terrible thing to do, and we should definitely not be doing so. This is all being done for short-term gains by a very small amount of people who care more about their pocketbooks than they do about human life.
Yep, it's an abdication of federal responsibility, where that really is one of the core reasons to have a federal government, is to regulate harms that can cross state lines. If a big industrial plant is dumping toxins into a river, and that river upstream is one state and the toxins are going downstream into a different state, you can't have state level regulations solving that issue.
Yep, absolutely true. Mike, what are the long-term risks of prioritizing fossil fuel extraction over renewable energy development?
Well, living in Alaska, a state that prioritizes fossil fuel development, but is also one of the largest, most impacted areas being affected by runaway man-made climate change. I mean, I can see the impacts in my day-to-day life. We used to have winters that were cold and below freezing all year, the whole winter, and we're now seeing a bubble of warmth every December. Everyone in the lower 48, that's what we call you guys, the rest of the continental contiguous United States, you guys are seeing polar vortex or Arctic cyclones or whatever name your weather people come up with. And what that is the excess energy being dumped into the atmosphere through excess fossil fuel usage is causing warm spots to bubble up to the Arctic, which causes cold, the Arctic Circle, to move down to the continental United States. And this is drastically affecting local ecosystems, increasing the risk of forest fires and other cataclysmic weather events. And it's going to honestly cause massive climate migration. It's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable in the least. And with all of the major scientific communities of the world on the same page, stating that this is the path to our destruction as a species, it's kind of hard not to think that they're doing it on purpose. So, Project 2025. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt, but you said it earlier, the focus on short-term quarterly gains over long-term planning. And it's, people who don't care about what happens after them don't care about future generations.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So Project 2025 is not a standard policy agenda. It is a step-by-step authoritarian blueprint. It seizes control of the executive branch, purges independent civil servants, politicizes the justice system, weaponizes immigration enforcement, dismantles public education, rolls back civil rights, and expands state power over dissent. It rewrites the economy to serve the wealthy, guts environmental protections, and abandons federal disaster relief. Each pillar is designed to entrench power, weaken opposition, and reshape the United States into a government serving a narrow ideological elite. This is not hypothetical. Elements are already in motion, and making public awareness and resistance is of utmost urgency. So today, we've walked through a document that is as meticulous as it is dangerous. Project 2025 is not about tweaking policies or shifting political priorities. It is about remaking the United States into a government where one ideology commands every lever of power, unchecked and unaccountable. What makes this so dangerous is the level of planning. The architects of Project 2025 understand exactly how to use bureaucratic mechanics to strip away independent authority. They know which agencies to dissolve, which regulations to reverse, which jobs to reclassify, and which norms to break. And they've already built the network of personnel, training pipelines, and legal justifications to do it. We've seen the pattern before. In the 20th century's most notorious regimes, authoritarianism didn't arrive with a bang. It crept in through the rewriting of laws, the replacement of professionals with loyalists, the control of courts, the criminalization of dissent, and the silencing of press and education. This is the same playbook, only now it comes bound in a glossy policy book and backed by hundreds of well-funded organizations. If implemented, Project 2025 will hardwire inequality into our tax system, dismantle protections for workers, strip reproductive rights, LGBTQ+ rights, and voting rights back to the bone. It will weaponize law enforcement against political opposition, fill detention camps with immigrants and refugees, gut climate protections the very moment we can least afford to backslide. It is not simply regressive, it is destructive. And here's the reality. You do not have to agree with every progressive policy to understand the danger here. This is not a partisan issue in the traditional sense. It is a question of whether we will live in a country governed by laws, checks, and balances, or one governed by the whims of a leader and his inner circle. The urgency cannot be overstated. Many of these changes could be implemented within months of taking office. Many of them already have. Some, like Schedule F, require only the stroke of a pen, and once embedded, reversing them will take years, possibly decades, assuming there's even a political pathway left to do so. So what can we do? First, we have to understand the plan. Read Project 2025. Share it. Strip away the euphemisms and call it what it is, a blueprint for authoritarian consolidation of power. Second, push this conversation beyond political echo chambers. The average person may not have heard of Project 2025, but they will live under its consequences when it comes to pass. Third, organize. Support watchdog organizations, community networks, and local leaders who can mobilize resistance. Pay attention not just to the presidential races, but to congressional, state, and local elections, because these will determine whether the infrastructure exists to resist or enable this plan. And finally, remember that every authoritarian project thrives on public resignation. They want you to believe that resistance is futile, that their power is inevitable. History says otherwise. Authoritarian regimes can be stopped, but only if people refuse to normalize them. Project 2025 is the clearest warning we've been given in a generation, and to ignore it is our peril. Thanks for joining me on another episode of Interviewing Humanity. As always, I've been Sludge Knuckle, and you've been amazing. To the panel, thank you for digging into this with open minds and honest questions. To everyone watching, keep talking, keep questioning, keep showing up. The future the future we get will be the one we fight for together. I'm going to leave the panel open. Everybody go ahead and discuss. And yeah, thanks for being here.
Good
Aw,
stuff,
Mike,
man.
where'd you go? Oh, yeah, no problem.
So
Good stuff.
how's everybody's afternoon going or morning?
Good.
I do have something that's kind of sticking in my craw at the moment.
Okay.
Matrix. When
I do not want
I'm
to have a
addressing,
flame war with you. I will not be answering.
not-
Let's focus on the host. Won't be responding to you.
Hey. This is open conversation. Yeah, this is the open
No, I'm not
conversation
gonna.
portion.
Yeah, but I won't be responding to him. I have that right. Just like
Okay,
we're
fine,
talking about
fine.
the rights of people
Okay.
in America.
Fine,
Hey,
I have
Matrix.
a
hey.
right to say I
Fine,
don't want to talk
Matrix. I
about
won't
No
address
worries.
you directly.
No worries.
I will state this as a generalization. When we're recognizing the disparity of racism to include individuals who are not black in that racism, and recognizing the historical impacts of the division of race being made by those that were considered to be, quote, undesirable ethnicities, it does harm to those communities to then erase that history. So we must carry that forward with us and not ignore it by looking at only the black versus white racism within the United States. We need to recognize how harmful that was when an individual who comes from one of those BIPOC oppressed groups speaks on the fact that there was oppression outside of that black versus white system, and then immediately referencing one of those groups after shutting somebody down about talking about it. When we're talking about individuals who have directly experienced it, such as the fact that I was alive when the Religious Freedom Act was passed. Not everyone had the constitutional protections, and some of us were considered outside of the Constitution because we were, quote, undesirable ethnicities. When we recognize that the Finns, because of their propensity to protest for workers' rights, fair compensation, safe work environment, they were held outside of that black versus white system and not afforded constitutional rights or protections because of that. When we recognize that we have many
You're preaching and
who
cherry
are
picking.
still alive, when we still have people who are still alive who were not considered to be citizens of this country, even though they were born here, until 1952, we need to recognize that these individuals, these families, these generations have been impacted by the oppression of racism outside of that black versus white system. And to
Hey, so
forget
Sludge,
that
in
history,
history, I go back to Native Indians and blacks over 400 years. And so my responses often are the big circle of the groups that have marginalized ever since the first pilgrims came here. You'll notice some of us
Yeah.
focus on the big picture, Apache, Comanche, Navajo, Cree, those groups, and Africans, African Americans. I see the big picture and I focus on that. If he can't get off my tip, I'm going to leave because he's trying to project something on
they
me that I
please.
am not. He's
Hey,
giving
I'm trying to have
no,
I'm trying to
hold
have an
on.
amicable
talking.
conversation.
Everybody.
Preaching
They
for 5
please.
minutes. Let me
Everybody,
land.
go ahead and land your plane.
Yeah, I'm quiet. Yeah, so I give things from a mutually inclusive perspective, but my timeline is over 400 years. Some people give a mutually exclusive, and their timeline is Ronald Reagan. I'm not here to have a beef with him. Can he just leave me
Okay.
alone?
Okay. So real quick, Matrix, my friend, I need you to recognize Lass's pronouns are she, they. Okay?
I would prefer they, please.
Yes. And while I do recognize the validity of both of your points in this conversation, we need to maintain a respectful form for each other. Okay. Now, I do recognize that. Never mind.
Right, and I find it interesting that listing off the five civilized and saying that those are the only ones that count, when there are many, many, many other nations that were impacted.
With that being said, yes, there has been a lot of division for every quarter from place on the earth. It's been going on since man was man. And I'm not generalizing your pain or your struggles that you went through or anything like that. I'm not undermining it. I'm just bringing up to an open mind that every man, woman, thing, or whatever the pronoun you wish to go by, has gone through some kind of division or struggle.
Right, and I was trying to acknowledge it. I wouldn't go so far as to say thing, because that's objectifying humans. But that's the point that I was attempting to make, is that these struggles about race have much broader impacts than just looking at the indigenous peoples, just looking at the black versus white issue. So, recognizing that there are multiple groups within the BIPOC spectrum, recognizing that there have been oppressions that have been forgotten throughout history, and we need to make sure that those are not forgotten. We need to recognize that even though today people who are Italian will identify themselves as YT, that comes with its own harm of looking at this in thin case. Even the way to be recognized as YT is that your ethnic group had to forego their cultural connections, had to forego any ethnic practices ascribed to YT supremacy and Christianity. So in that regard, we need to recognize the harms across the spectrum, not just a specific people's.
I think what the issue really actually is the fact that and I love what you said and everything. I'm not beefing or nothing like that, but when it comes to black people, they were enslaved. They were forced into slavery, and a lot of them don't have those roots, those ties back to for example, their tribes over in West Africa, right? So there's that lack of identity, whereas you can say you're an immigrant from Ireland, you can say you're an immigrant from Mexico, you have that background, but black people do not, and that's the reality of the situation, man. I don't know if that makes sense, and I hope that it wasn't offensive or something, but that is what it is, though, you know what I mean? Yeah.
No, and you make a very valid point there. Recognizing that there are differing forms of oppression, and recognizing that each oppression to each group is very distinctive and very harmful. I don't negate anything that you said, with recognizing that there were also indigenous peoples who experienced that very same thing. I don't negate that by saying that there are people around the world who have had their language removed from them, have had their culture removed from them forcefully. So it's not an Olympics. It's a recognition that yes, there are distinct differences, but to ignore the oppression of one and make it into a singular A and B conversation is harmful to the rest of the groups within that have experienced that.
So if I may really quick. So there's a stark difference between the treatment of indigenous and brown individuals by the United States and really just European colonialism, and the treatment of black individuals by European colonialism, for the simple fact that for the longest time, near 400 years or so, black bodies were considered unhuman entirely, to the point where they were treated like livestock, and put into breeding programs, forceful breeding programs. Now, while the indigenous communities were essentially just brutally eradicated in all of the worst ways, they were still seen as a what's the word I'm looking for? A viable threat. You know what I mean? They were seen as not viable. I'm looking for a more
Well, by the doctrine of discovery, we were seen as flora and fauna, and even after the
fair.
Emancipation Proclamation, we were not seen as protected under the Constitution. So slavery, the anti-slavery laws, did not impact the indigenous community until much, much later. We were not considered citizens until we could, quote, naturalize in 1924. So you're looking at a 60-year gap there where our peoples were still allowed to be enslaved.
So, in no way is anything that I am saying taking away from the lived struggles of any of the communities that have had to deal with European colonialism, or settler colonialism as it's more colloquially referred to. I'm just stating that the lived experiences of one and the lived experiences of the other have a lot of very stark similarities, but also have their differences. And while, yes, through the doctrine of discovery, indigenous peoples were also still seen as flora and fauna, again, it was a more of a directed, brutal extermination than it was of a used as a type of livestock breeding program. You know what I mean? There was that is something that, to me, as a pasty fucking person, sticks out really heavily. Just the same that the boarding schools and the re-education of the indigenous peoples, quote, re-education of the indigenous peoples, sticks out heavily to me. Like I'm saying, there is no taking away from the lived struggles of either culture. It's just a recognition that the pain sticks on in its own ways, right? And oh god.
Right.
And while I don't,
I agree with your side.
yeah.
I agree
While
with
I
you there,
well,
Sledge. I would
go ahead.
say it needs to be a yes and conversation, not
Yes.
a no but conversation.
Yes.
Agreed.
Or even a yes but.
Yes, but definitely a yes, but, and then a deeper dive into it. Absolutely, there's a lot to eat off of this, as metaphorically says.
Ghostly has something that they would like to say, and as a individual of the black community, I believe that they have the floor. Go ahead, Ghostly.
Sure.
So, with this conversation, I do not like comparing oppression, because you
Yeah.
can't compare each other oppression. Yes, we will have similarities, and yes, we will have somewhat of a similar a way we got oppressed sometimes. But with the whole, well, we were oppressed more and things like that,
Yeah.
or we were oppressed worse, it doesn't bring community, it brings division, because now you're in a competing competition with everyone. Because if we be factual, we can say the difference between Native Americans oppression versus black people oppression. There is a clear difference, unfortunately, but they're still being oppressed regardless.
Yeah.
So it doesn't.
Totally agree.
I hate when people be like, well, we were oppressed. No, we you know, not like no, we weren't impressed, but like let's not have a competition. Let's educate ourselves on what happened for each individual person. What was the different tactics that they use? How long it was going on? Let's actually educate ourselves about it before we're saying, oh well, we are the worst ones that dealt with it. You know, and it just divides community. It really
Yeah.
is a tactic to divide the community, and we don't need to divide the community already. We are at war against our government. Let's not divide each other. You know.
That's the thing, is it's
So
not even just against the government. Like we are at war with owning interests, the owning class, as it were. So there's only two classes on the planet. There's the owning class and the owned class,
Correct.
and we need to be rid of the owning class. Hey, Clampjaw, welcome back.
Yes, I agree with that statement 100%. We should be united rather than creating division within our own group, within our own,
Yeah.
What's the word I'm looking for? Sludge, help me out here.
I caught like 2/3 of the beginning of your statement, so I'm not exactly on par yet. We need less division and more unification.
Unification, thank you. And the more unified we are, the stronger we're going to be, guys, honestly.
Absolutely. Clampjaw, how was your roll around the internet?
Short-lived.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at 2%. I was like, hey, I'll just plug in and I'll just doom scroll some. And as soon as I left the live, my phone died.
Ah.
Literally, it's like, you're not going to be in here. You're not going to be nowhere. Click.
Fair enough. Well, we did finish up the conversation about the Project 2025 playbook. But now we're just kind of open discussion with the topics that were had, and kind of currently talking about how division is still consistently used against us.
Now I remember where I was going to go with it. I remember our past don't define who we are. When we unify together, it is using the strength of our past to create.
Somebody's got a lot of background noise. Hold on a second, Moon.
I was moving through my room.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. That is much better. Go ahead, Moon.
We should use that, what we have learned, as a way to create awareness, yes, also to create a unified solution in the way to prevent that from happening again.
Absolutely.
And that's my whole take on it. What happened in our past does not define who we are. It's what we do going forward.
Yes, we have to learn from the past, is what I'll throw into that. If we don't look back at the atrocities that have been committed on behalf of settler colonialism, we will not learn from it.
Exactly.
See, I live by one simple mantra that I found actually on Amazon. It says, "Hell to thyself, for I am my own master. I am my own God. I need no shepherd, for I am not a sheep."
Damn right.
Love it.
Lane, welcome in. I see you down there. Come on up, Lane.
Absolutely love the conversations that have been happening on the open discussions. You guys are amazing. And you guys have taught me a lot through it all as well. And I thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here, bud. So does anybody have any questions regarding Project 2025? There's no way.
Can we do next?
I mean,
What-
there's a few
what-
questions.
Okay. Hold on. Princess Sarah, what was your question?
Well, what can we do next? You know, we can't sit back idly. So, what are our next steps?
So the next steps are the same next steps that I tell everybody all the time. get involved with community organization, get involved with mutual aid, get involved with building parallel systems that help us rely on each other and help us take care of each other, because this system is geared up and gearing further towards putting us all under a boot in shackles to work for free. Basically, talk to your neighbors, figure out which ones are Nazis, punch them in the face, and then figure out which ones aren't Nazis and don't punch them in the face.
Right, that's one way of going about it. Yeah, definitely creating your communities and creating sovereign communities that are of the same mindset and behind the same goals. Definitely an excellent.
Yeah, we don't even have to be of the same mindset. We can all believe in different things. We can all have different ideals as to, you know, what we should be doing in our own personal lives, but we should all have the same goal. And that goal is dismantling the system that oppresses and rebuilding a system that liberates.
I'm all like, that's all fun and great, and I'm not trying to be negative, but I live in Texas, and I know I've said
Yes,
that
you
like
do.
50 times. I know, but I'm thinking of the people here,
Mhm.
right? And either people don't want to speak up, people don't want to make waves, or they're like hyper focused, religious. They think that they're doing the thing, like they think that they're doing things like in the name of Jesus or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so like going out and finding in a community, like for me, I feel like that would be practically impossible, you know? Or it would be like if somehow like the word got out that there was like this sort of community, because we're such a gun-toting state, like it would be like followed up by like a lot of like harassment. I wouldn't know any of this if I hadn't lived any of this, you know what I mean? And so like it just kind of makes it like difficult, you know, to act. Like if you look at like the way Texas votes, it's only in the major cities that it's blue, and then or along the border, right? And then the rest are just like this massive array of like red tiny little things, you know? And that's where like the uneducated individuals are at. And that's a big thing about it, is that people are uneducated. They don't do things like this, or even like, I mean, I stumbled through this whole thing, but I still feel like I knew a little bit more than the average bear, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah.
you know, but that's because I make an effort. Like my news source, the only news source that I go to is New York Times, and that's because I know that those reporters are like in the thick of it. They're like diligent with, you know, like they're a legitimate
thick of
news
it.
source.
Into the thick of it. Sorry.
Yeah, in the thick. Yeah, they're in the thick of it. All right, you know. Oh my God.
Sometimes with a community, though, Princess, your greatest weakness is also your greatest strength.
Mm-hmm.
Princess,
Absolutely.
if I may, give you some advice. Try educating them on the small bits before feeding them the whole meal. You know.
Yeah.
'cause
A lot of the times
it's
you have
that-
to meet people where they are.
Right. Or sometimes, as I hate using this terminology, you gotta dumb it down.
Camo
And-
Donkey, welcome in. Don't you disappear on me.
As you build that trust and they start to listen and hear you out with a more open mind, you can progress further and it will create growth, natural growth, versus feeling like it's being forced. Therefore, they're like, oh, we like this and we want to implement this, and you won't have as much resistance. You'll still have the resistance there, sure, because there's people that are just stuck in their ways. There's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah. Camo Donkey, how are you today?
I am okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, as in like everything's fine, everything's all right, or as in the house is burning but everything's fine?
Okay, and I am trans. I just got done with a lead check Zoom appointment about my medications, and we're gonna stay on track with that.
Okay.
And I'm transitioning out of that headspace, and I was going to make like a big list or a list of when I next call my state reps and senators of all the things they need to oppose and one reason why, and so that when I call during office hours, I can give them a whole list of shit that they need to get their shit together on.
Okay.
I
Princess
don't
Sarah,
know if
before you go, I have somebody from Texas that will be coming in here soon, and I'd like to introduce you to them. If you if you have to drop before then, just go ahead and look up the profile "A Cunt with Teeth."
Okay. I love that. I'm just gonna drop down that way, like if someone else wants to come up. But yeah, my dogs are losing it, and I don't know
No
what's
worries.
going on. And so I feel bad that they're in the other room and they're losing their mind. So I'll be right
No
back.
worries. No worries. Okay.
Okay.
Camo, remind me what state you're in again.
Kansas.
Ooh, that's right.
Yeah.
Your surrounding states are
Nebraska. Yeah.
Oklahoma is one of your surrounding states, right?
Yeah, it's to the south.
Okay. I have friends and family in Oklahoma. That might be interested in helping you press some letters and stuff towards your representatives.
Okay.
Get with me off of TikTok, and I'll hook you up with them.
Okay.
They up until recently have been rather like, I'm just gonna like mind my own business, but now they're starting to recognize that they fucking can't, and they are very tenacious.
Okay.
So, if nothing else, I can at least try to provide some support.
Cool. To the north is Nebraska, and I'm actually just a mile south of the Kansas-Nebraska border.
Oh shit. Okay.
So growing up, my uncle would drive us down the state line road, and he would swerve back and forth and say, "We're in Kansas now, we're in Nebraska now, we're in Kansas now, we're in Nebraska." It was funny. But I have a friend that lives just north of the border, and she gets onto the Nebraska representatives too, and I saw recently that a Nebraska state official had an in-person town hall meeting, and all the people that showed up had very good questions that they were asking their state representative, and the state representative was like, it just spouted some Trump bullshit, and they called him back out on it, and they don't want to do in-person town halls anymore because they were asked really hard questions that they couldn't respond to very well. And it kind of cracks me up, but gives me hope that they're holding them accountable in person like that.
Okay. Make today great. Welcome in, buddy. Welcome in. Make today great. It's very loud on your side. Very loud. I'm gonna go ahead and throw him on mute for a minute. Yeah, he sent a request in. So, let's see. There was another person who came in. I was hoping to get up here before they take off. Oh, looks like they're not coming in. Okay. So, does anybody else have any questions about Project 2025?
No, you pretty much answered then the next thing I was going to ask for those who didn't know how to go about it.
Okay.
So, Sludge, in your opinion, even if we do manage to turn things around, since we're looking at about 50% of it having been passed already, if we do manage to turn things around, how long do you think it's going to take for the U.S. to recover, if the country can recover at all?
You want my honest answer?
Isn't that the point of the discussion? Honest answer?
I do not think the United States is going to recover. I do not think the United States is going to stay the United States. I don't think that the systems that we have, which have been functioning exactly as designed, now given this authoritarian turn, are going to stick around. I don't think that what we have known as the United States, or what we know now as the United States, is going to last. I think that at some point there's going to be an overturning of the power structure. And I think that what comes next, well, that's up to us. That is up to we the people. We have to work together to build parallel systems. If we don't build parallel systems to help us when everything starts falling over, then it's going to be really bad here. John Paul, welcome in.
Hey, how you doing? 67, Los Angeles. Yeah, I agree. People should obey, or not. People shouldn't obey and question everything. I mean, that's I've been in the Marine Corps, and there are certain types, but we need to know and demand answers. And I was in law enforcement. I think I'd mentioned before, but
You did.
I question things.
As you should. So,
Go ahead.
from the standpoint of yourself, someone who has worked in law enforcement and been in the military, do you see the United States surviving this?
Yeah, but it's going to get a lot worse before it gets a lot better. I mean, there are a lot of good people.
Let me rephrase. Do you see the United States staying the United States after this?
I hope so, but it's kind of in limbo, if that's the correct way of answering it.
I mean, there's no wrong answer.
And then the other thing, which I never thought I would see in my lifetime, they did a poll recently. They said that the country right now, which I believe is more divided than during the Civil War. And that's sad.
Well, they've done a really good job at sowing division.
Yes.
It helps them if we're looking at each other and not looking up.
Exactly. I don't think I can say the name, and this is where I hate, I like freedom of speech, but during World War II, the person in charge said, "Tell the people a lie enough times, and they'll believe it."
Yep.
And I agree with that statement. And the other thing is, I've been to our countries, and I have no problem, people coming here. The system is broken. I'm dealing with the IRS right now, which is a nightmare. So, people that try to be legal, or get the documentation. I mean, they make it so you get beaten down, and it's like almost, and that's what I hate to see is quitting, and people get beaten down by our government, and I don't like that. I don't support it.
Yeah, a lot of people are burned out. So, fun fact that I learned recently. Over 55% of internet traffic is bot activity, including comments and things like that. So this idea that a majority of the United States is divided is actually a false statement, and it seems that way because of all of the internet activity, right?
Right.
But even a large portion of the people who have supported the tangerine diapered tyrant have turned away from him and his plans. Now, to be fair, it in my opinion came too fucking late, and only decided to turn around when he was like, "No, don't worry about the Epstein files. Don't worry about it. Nah, relax, guy." You know what I mean? But a majority of people in this country do believe that something drastic, and I'm not saying violent, but something drastic needs to happen, with the same ideal goal of a form of equity. Now, not everybody understands what equity means. I understand that.
Like investment you're talking about?
Less so investment, more so. So the thing that and this is the only time I'll ever fucking say this, the thing that I am grateful about this development is that people are starting to realize that the system isn't broken. It's working exactly as it was designed. It's doing exactly as it was designed to do, which was to make way and make concession to fascism.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening. And people are starting to see that. And with that awakening to the reality of the system, it gives people the opportunity to form community and form an organization amongst community to build safety nets for us to fall back on when shit gets untenable. And that's what's going to happen. Have you read the Project 2025 paperwork? It's about 900 something pages, so it's a bit of a read.
Some of it, I don't agree with it, and it is, I don't agree with it. It's almost parallel to starting of World War II and the takeover.
Yeah, so today's episode of Interviewing Humanity was Project 2025, The Modern Mein Kampf.
Right.
We went over pretty much all of the parallels and the actual structure of the ideas behind Project 2025, and pretty much brought everybody up to date as to where we sit with it. And right now we're at the criminalization of dissent. Julie, you can find Project 2025 on the Heritage Foundation's website.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know where you live, but here in Los Angeles. So when I grew up, and thank God the city government was streamlined and we had a great Mayor Yorty, but our last mayor that I thought was good was Reardon. But he warned of the homeless situation skyrocketing. And everybody said, no, it'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Well, here it is. He's been out of office, 15, 16 years. And I don't want to say any political party helped spiral, but it's now 72,000 in LA County. And the other part, which is sad, is they're criminalizing it. I was homeless once, not because of drugs, but, to save money and, get my act together.
Mm-hmm.
And if I had to be homeless again, could I survive? yes, probably it'd be hell. I have a truck, so I have water and money. But here's the thing: for women and children, homelessness, and it does do to men too. So I want to include men. It takes a mental toll. Like I'll be honest, if I didn't shower in 3 4 days, I'd go to someone's hose and ask them if I could, shower. And it's like going to the bathroom. I feel for these people because, I'm older, and if I drink a can of water, I'm up 3 times a night, and I just feel bad. So even though I do some part-time security, one time this guy was, defecating, and I couldn't say anything, and I got chewed out, which whatever. And my boss eventually said, "Yeah, I get it," but I couldn't bring myself to tell the guy, "Hey, don't," or stop. And you know, like I said, I grew up. If my dad and mom were alive, they wouldn't believe it. It's just, but here's the other thing too. We need to make sure people are educated, like the youth, like a lot of youth, and I'm not blaming them, but we need better education. The Not the elementary, but the middle school and junior highs are basically broken in the inner cities. And these kids are the ones that are going to shape this country. And if they see adults resorting to violence, which, like you said, internet, and people do see a lot. I'm glad you said the division isn't as bad, but it's still, I just don't like seeing it. But the thing
Don't get me
is,
wrong; it's still palpable, but it's
yes,
it's less in reality than we are led to believe.
yeah, and that's a good thing. So I feel good about that. But it just, we got to practice too, to teach young people to communicate. And like I said, I like your live. A lot of lives I don't get on. There's a few, but you're positive. And like I said, I still have faith in God. That's just me. But as far as this individual that's in the White House now, it's just a scam. And I think, at least when I grew up, any kid, no matter where you came from, could be a president. But now it seems like it's closed to even our city council. If you don't have money, you can't be a city council member. And that's what I don't like. So, anyways, I'll leave you. I'll listen, but God bless you, and I hope you run our subjects. But I hope people. Oh, by the way, I just wanted to tell you, in 1955, Eisenhower tried the same thing. Look it up, about deportation, and he was even trying to get high school kids to work the fields.
Yep. Yeah. No. So this country has been heavily geared towards fascism for its entire existence. The fascist parties of Germany got their ideas on how to treat people from the way we treated black individuals, which I'm certain, having worked in law enforcement, you can recognize that.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
And there is a different set of standards, for people that are just average like you or me. I mean, I could be accused of something, and I couldn't afford $1 million attorney. So, yeah, I mean, I do see it. There is a double set of standards, and like there's money missing right now in LA for the homeless thing, and the woman was allowed to resign. If that was you and me, we'd be in jail.
Yeah. Wasn't it somewhere like 24 billion that was put towards the homeless?
And what I don't understand, and again, it upsets me, she was allowed to resign, okay, but they didn't prosecute her. And I thought, okay, I owe the IRS 20,000, which is whatever, I'll deal with it. But if I tried doing that, I'd be in jail or prison, probably prison. So,
Oh, forever. You'd be in prison forever.
yeah, and like I said, I'm just a regular schmo, even in law enforcement. I reported a lot of stuff because, I had my ethics, and I did report bad people in law enforcement, and I don't regret it. And, I had one friend that stabbed me in the back, and I'm still glad I did what I did. But like I said, always question things and don't be complacent. That's the issue we have to have. But I'll let you go, and God bless you.
Thank you for coming, bud.
Okay, bye.
Hey, Raven.
So
I saw your hand up in the
one of
comments.
things that we oh, sorry. Go ahead, Raven.
Hey, Raven. I saw your hand up in the comments.
Hey, sweetheart. Laz, you can go. You can go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying. I think one of the things that we do need to recognize, even if we recognize that the numbers that we're being given are maybe skewed, is that these people do have the attitude of it doesn't affect me.
Oh yeah.
And that's one of the reasons I speak up about the history of this country and how quickly that can turn. It's one of the reasons why I do recognize the issues of people who are saying, well, it doesn't affect me, and the fact that in 2024 individuals who were considered to be YT in the United States are no longer considered YT. They've made the racial designation of Middle Eastern now. So when we're looking at this and seeing all these people saying, well, it doesn't affect me, so it doesn't apply, your designation can be changed in a heartbeat, and it will affect you. You know, this idea of, well, I'm YT today. Well, you don't know. Tomorrow, the Census Bureau could erase your ethnic group out of that YT designation because they decide you're the next target. So that's one of the reasons I speak up about the fact of how it is actually defined versus what people think, and this whole binary system. And it's not a binary system.
Absolutely. Raven, aren't you supposed to be getting sleep?
I know. I keep telling myself to lay down, but I try.
Yeah, I suffer the same problem.
Fluff is gonna be mad at me.
Yeah.
Because I was supposed to be asleep.
Yeah.
She gonna mother me and be like, "What is wrong with you?"
Yeah, probably. It's all right though. It's deserved.
Yeah.
Ugh. I really.
Morgan, same damn.
Yeah, Morgan goes through it too. Yeah, I'm really hoping that we can find a way to get information to the masses, but at this point I'm thinking it's going to take like a Max Headroom situation, if anybody knows what I mean.
Yeah. No. Most definitely.
So get on the Googles and look up Max Headroom in the 1980s.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, what was that movie? Wild Stallions. Right? Is that the right movie? No, the band was the Wild Stallions. It had Brendan Fraser in it and Steve Buscemi. God, what was the name of that movie?
I forgot.
Basically, they commandeered a radio station.
I'm saying, you know how like you know a certain thing and you can't quite get it, but like you know it's in your head. And then you hear someone else say it and you're like, oh fuck, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Either way, I think that our next steps forward are going to require courage. They're going to require community, and they're going to require the require will. Because if we don't stand against fascism at its core, if we don't stand in direct opposition of fascism, if we remain silent, if we remain inactive, if we remain complacent, then we are complicit in what comes next. And that is the last I'll say about it. I've been on for 4.5 hours. It is time for me to log off and go and take my active thumb skills to the lives of some near and dears. Raven, are you going live?
I am, but I was just waiting on you.
Okay. Well, this is me closing it down. Thank you everybody for joining. I hope to see everybody over in Raven's live, at least for a moment. And I will. I'll see you there. I'll be doing some running around on the internet today for a little while, but I have 2 other episodes ready to go. It's a toss-up for tonight's episode between identifying when you have fell prey to a narcissist and then identifying a grifter.
Ooh, those are good.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have it in the Discord?
Not yet. It's I'm gonna leave it up to a poll vote when the episode starts.
Okay, cool.
Alrighty. Alright, everybody. Much love, and I will see y'all out there on the great wide internets.